What's up, everybody? I guess I start playing this now, huh? How's everybody doing today? Hope y'all are having a good day. I just woke up. I was up late. I know, bad Eddie. Bad Eddie was up late. Let's see. Let's get the trial going. It's gonna be that one. So let's go here. There we go. What's up? The trial's gonna go forever. Alright, let me hit play. What I do is I start it from the very beginning, even though we're late, so that way we can skip through the lunches and all that extra good stuff. So, I know I was right there a second ago. Why is my laptop?
We are on the record now.
There we go.
It's been brought to the court's attention that the media has been
What's up, Johnny
specific details trying to look at counsel's, the documents, computers, posted notes on counsel tables. It's absolutely inappropriate. Any media who are present in this room
Wow,
will
that's crazy.
refrain from even attempting to look at what is on counsel table, either for the state or for the defense.
Oops, what'd I do?
Secondly, it has come to our attention that the media is reporting in detail the security arrangements on the 18th floor and other places. I find that completely irresponsible, that would be reported in the media.
There you go.
If that continues, the media is going to be excluded, and we're going to shut down the media center. So I
This
hope
guy's
everyone
pissed.
takes this to heart, that I consider this security issue very serious. And to report it out to the general public what our arrangements are is extremely irresponsible. And it will be met with sanctions if it continues. And I would hope that any media that posted such things online will immediately take them down. Failure to do so will result possibly in you being kicked out of the media center as well.
Wow, I gotta look this up.
Now, let's let our first juror in.
Just so you guys know, we're late. We're doing this late so that way we can fast forward through the breaks and through them talking and stuff like that. So, just letting you guys know. This is not live yet. But it's today.
Good morning, juror number 2. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, juror number 2, you are on video, but it's only the Zoom video. Your video is not being broadcast. So we would like it, just like when you were in court, that everybody in the courtroom could see you. We would like to keep your video on for that purpose. But just so you know, none of this video is being broadcast out beyond this courtroom. Again, we are attempting in all ways to keep you anonymous. So just to reassure you. Basically, and thank you for willingness to meet with us this morning. It's just for a brief matter to ask you about. Late last week, there was extensive media coverage about developments in a civil lawsuit between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. Were you exposed to any of this coverage, directly or indirectly? And we know, just inadvertently.
No, the most I got was my fiance told me that some development had happened, and that I should be particularly vigilant to avoid the news.
All right. And so that's all you know?
Yeah, actually, this is the first I'm hearing of it.
Okay. And just knowing there are developments, is that going to change your position about being fair and impartial in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you so much. Continue to avoid media coverage. We told you to avoid media coverage about this case. Probably better that you just avoid all news. It sounds like you're already doing that. That's probably the wisest choice because it's in the news so much that it's almost impossible to avoid unless you're avoiding news generally. So we appreciate you doing that. Any questions for me?
No, that's all.
Okay, you can sign off. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You bet.
Bye.
Let's bring juror 36 in.
Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff here, some work to get you guys going, and then I can chat with you guys.
Good morning, juror 36. Looks like you're still connecting to audio. All right, juror 36, can you hear me? And if you could unmute, that would
come in here with
Yeah.
you guys.
All right, thank you. And thank you for being with us this morning on such short notice. Just calling you back to ask a couple questions that are new. And just a notice to you, we are seeing video just in the courtroom. So your Zoom video is being shared with the participants, but it is not being broadcast. Again, just like when you're in the courtroom, the audio is can be heard, but your video is not being broadcast. So with that, just wanted to bring you in to ask you a couple questions. Late last week, there was extensive media coverage about developments in a civil suit between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. Were you inadvertently exposed to any coverage of this, directly, indirectly? Okay, you need to unmute. You can leave it unmuted, actually.
Okay. Yes, I was.
Okay, can you tell me what you heard?
About the settlement.
Okay, and what do you remember any specifics about it?
I mean, the quantity was a large amount of money.
Okay. Do you remember a specific amount or just that it was a large amount?
20, over 20 maybe.
Okay. How do you think that would affect your ability to be impartial in this case?
It will impact it a lot.
It will impact you a lot? Tell me about that.
So last time I was asked about my strong opinions against Chauvin. Clearly, the city of Minneapolis has some strong opinions as well. And this just kind of confirms my opinions that I already had.
Okay. It is a separate case. Different parties, different legal issues won't be part of the evidence in this case, but
They're going to kick them
I
off.
understand you were, and I'm sure you were inadvertently exposed. You didn't seek it out. We did accept you as a juror, but do you think now with this new information, it would be hard to presume the defendant innocent, would hard to be
Of
impartial?
course it is. He's trying to get off.
I think it will be hard to be impartial.
All right. Then I'm going to excuse you from this case because of what was unfortunate broadcast of certain details, and the fact that I appreciate you being honest, though, in saying that it would affect your partiality. So it's not a failure. You're telling us the truth. So we appreciate that. So you are released from jury service.
And
So
it's
juror
going to get
36,
longer.
we'll mark you down as excused for cause. Thank you for your attending today and your good answers from before. You can sign off now.
Hopefully
Thank
he
you.
was a liberal that we got rid of.
Yeah, but
Jury 36 is now removed from the jury for cause. We are back to 8 jurors.
But I think we need 12 plus
Let's
3.
bring in, I think those were the only 2 who needed, that time was of the essence. Let's go to number 9. Good morning, juror number 9.
Let me be on this jury.
Juror 9, can you hear me? All right, connecting to audio. All right. You can hear me, is that correct, juror number 9? And you can unmute and leave it unmuted.
Yep, okay, I got it. Sorry.
All right. Well, first of all, an advisory that you are on Zoom video, but that's only shared with the people in the courtroom. No video of you is being broadcast. We're continuing to keep your anonymity, and so your image will not be broadcast outside this courtroom. The audio, just like before, is. Thank you, first of all, for so quickly agreeing to come back and talk to us just about a quick issue. Late last week, there was extensive media coverage about developments in a civil lawsuit between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. Were you exposed to any coverage of those developments?
No,
Okay, so you're not aware of anything going on there?
nothing at all.
Okay. Sounds like you are taking the court's instructions seriously to avoid media coverage about the case. Is that correct?
Yeah,
All right.
very seriously.
All right. Continue to do so. In fact, I think since this is so prevalent in the news, we prefer that jurors avoid the news as much as they can, all the news as much as they can, because you never know when something might pop up. So,
Yeah.
all right. So otherwise, the plan is the same. You'll remain on the jury, and we'll see you on March 29th.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right, thank you. You can sign off now.
Take care.
You too. Yes. Sure. Actually, we don't need to be on sidebar. We don't have any jurors. The oath? I'll remind them they're still under oath. Thank you. That's a good reminder. All right, let's bring in her 19.
Well, the one is gone. One is gone. We need to reaffirm number 2.
Oh, I was gonna say something. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, just asking
we'll
these jurors about if they heard about
They've
the
signed
settlement
off.
tells you that there's a big settlement that might affect the case. I mean, come on.
All right, let's
Right?
do that. All right, juror number 19 is in the room now. Video is on. And if you could unmute. All right, juror number 19. First, an advisory. You are on Zoom video, but your video is only available to the people that are actually in this courtroom. It is not being broadcast in
Voice
any
is
way.
deep. I gotta turn down the
Again,
bass.
your audio will be, but not anything regarding your image. So kind of the same setup as we had when you first appeared here. Second, thank you for being here on such short notice to discuss a quick issue. And a reminder that you're going to answer these questions. You're still under oath. Late last week, there was extensive media coverage about developments in a civil
The heck was
lawsuit
that?
between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. Were you exposed to any of this coverage inadvertently, indirectly, directly?
I have not seen anything, no.
Okay. I think the amount of coverage has just reminded us, it sounds like you've been paying attention to the court's orders and taking them seriously to avoid media coverage about this case. I'm probably going to expand that and ask you not to stay away from the news as much as possible generally, because things pop up. So I appreciate you taking your duty seriously and avoiding those things. Continue to do so, and we'll see you on March 29th. Any questions?
Sir, thank you.
Okay, you can sign off. Thank you. All right, juror 20.
My computer's frozen, Your Honor, but I can hear, obviously,
Okay.
the video is.
Anybody else having technical issues?
Technical difficulty, folks.
I just lost.
You want to try and sign in again? Well, you mind if we go forward? All right. Good morning, juror 20. Just an advisory here that you are not on video outside of the Zoom hearing, and the Zoom hearing is being shared only with people in this courtroom. And so kind of the same arrangement as when you were here in person. And just a reminder, you're still going to be under oath for the purposes of answering these questions. Late last week, there was extensive media coverage about developments in a civil between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. Were you exposed to any of this coverage, directly, indirectly, inadvertently?
Yes, I did see the headline.
Okay, and what do you recall of the substance of the headline?
I believe the headline was the city of Minneapolis agreed to pay out the family of George Floyd, I want to say, to the tune of in the $20 million range.
Okay. Other than seeing the headline, did you read the article or just kind of leave it at that, knowing it's probably related?
Exactly. I left it at that, saw the headline, and saw that dollar amount as well.
And what effect, if any, do you think this might have on your ability to be impartial? When we accepted you as a juror, did it move you one direction or the other?
I would say, especially that dollar amount was kind of shocking to me. That kind of sent a message that the city of Minneapolis felt that something was wrong. and they wanted to make it right to the tune of that dollar amount. I think in the headline, if it would have said $2,000 versus $20 million, that's a big change. So I think that sticker price obviously shocked me and kind of swayed me a little bit.
Shocked us all.
Okay, and so you think I think you left the courtroom, everyone's satisfied you could be fair and impartial. Do you think that viewing that headline has maybe moved you, kind of now that you know that that's the city of Minneapolis opinion? Not that to be honest, not that we care about the city of Minneapolis opinion, but if it has an effect on you, we'd appreciate the honest answer. Does it move you off the fair and impartial position?
Yeah, I don't really know the answer to that. I guess the trial still has the right to play out, right? It hasn't even started yet. So there are definitely a lot of facts to be heard through the trial. Again, I'm just trying to share with you what I know. My gut reaction to that, again, with the dollar amount being high.
Sure.
And I'll try to leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Juror 20, I'm going to excuse you from the jury. We know that you did not seek out this information, but just on the possibility that you inadvertently saw it and it might affect your ability to be fair and impartial, we're going to exercise extreme caution here and excuse you from the jury. So thank you, though, for taking the time to come in. You are also excused from jury service completely. And so
they're going to get rid of a lot of jurors today. Just watch.
Summons in the future. You don't have to show up for our March 29th start date. Okay?
I understand.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You can sign off now.
I will.
All right. We're back down to 7 jurors.
Wow.
Let's call in jury number 27. All right, jury number 27. All right, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, and your volume was up a little bit. Good. First of all, an advisory that your video is not being played anywhere except on the Zoom hearing, which is available only to the people in this courtroom. So it's pretty much like before where your audio can be heard, but your video will not be broadcast. It's just available to the people as if you were sitting in the courtroom under our other rules that we were operating under. So first of all, thank you for being here this morning and being so quick to respond to us on being able to talk about an issue. Basically, we've asked you here, and a reminder that you're still under oath in answering the court's questions. Late last week, there was extensive media coverage about developments in a civil lawsuit between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. Were you exposed to any of this coverage, directly or indirectly?
I heard it on the radio heading to the gym on Friday evening.
Okay. How do you think that's going to affect your ability to be impartial in this case? Because when we left, we had accepted you as a juror and agreed that you could be fair and impartial, but with this unfortunate reporting, you are now to the point, do you think that has affected you? Has it moved you off of the position of being impartial?
It hasn't affected me at all because I don't know the detail.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, so obviously I don't know what went into making that decision, and I don't even know the term of that decision. I think I just heard partially heading to the gym on Friday.
Okay. Well, and just to kind of go with what you said, you understand that was it's a civil case, different parties, different legal issues, different everything. And in fact, the law that applies is different. And it's not going to be part of the evidence, and you should not consider it as a juror. Do you think you can accept that?
Yes.
All right. Can you put aside what you've heard since it's not relevant and just, again, as we told you when you left last time, decide this case just on what you hear in the courtroom?
Yes, I will.
All right. That's all we needed from you today. I appreciate it. We will see you on March 29th. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Let's go to juror number 44. Okay, juror 44. All right, Juror 44, just an advisory, you are on video only for Zoom. This video is not being broadcast, so your image is not available to the general public. Like when you're in the courtroom, it's only available to the people who are here. So just so you can give you a little comfort in that we are continuing to keep you anonymous. A reminder also that you're under oath still for answering the court's questions. And thank you for so quickly being able to come in and answer a couple questions for us related to a certain topic. And that is, last week there was extensive media coverage about developments in a civil lawsuit between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. Were you exposed to any of this coverage, directly, indirectly, I'm sure inadvertently?
Before I shut down my social media, I did see it.
Okay. And what is the substance of what you recall seeing?
I just saw the headlines. I didn't read the story.
Okay.
The city settled, I think, $27 million.
Okay. How does that affect you in sitting as a juror? Because when you left here, we all agreed you could be fair and impartial. Does that affect your ability to be impartial?
I should move to Minnesota and sign up.
I don't think so. It wasn't surprising that the city made this settlement. I think they made their position clear when they decided to defund the police or take actions or steps forward.
Oh, I love her.
So,
she's a conservative.
it's not surprising. I guess the timing is surprising because I thought that civil suits typically take place after trials, but I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so no.
Okay. I think you've identified some of the issues here, which is, it's not a surprise the city did that, but you understand the city of Minneapolis is not actually involved in this case as a party. That was a civil suit, different parties, different legal issues, different laws for that matter. Can you accept that?
Yeah.
Can you disregard what you've heard and, again, decide this case only on what you hear in the courtroom?
Yes. I mean, the city didn't see facts. They made a decision before facts, right?
Right. And their decision might be based on not just legal decisions, but also political issues, things like that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
I agree.
Since it's not going to be a
Even
part of
the
this
judge
case,
called him out
if
on their
someone
political
were to bring it
issues,
up
and
in
he's a
the jury
liberal.
room about, hey, but what about this settlement? What would your response be?
I just lost you.
Oh, yeah, we've been having trouble with our Zoom. Can you hear me now?
You never had me.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
had to do it.
The question I had for you was, for example, if you're on the jury in deliberations and somebody brings up, hey, I saw this settlement with the city, what would your reaction to that be? What would you say to that juror?
Oh, to the juror?
Yeah,
One of the other jurors are saying this to me?
yeah, as part of deliberation, for example.
Right. I would say that has nothing to do with what we're discussing at this time or what was presented or the evidence. That is not a part of this case.
All right. And I appreciate that you actually thought about this a little bit when you heard it to see if you could remain fair and impartial. Ultimately, do you think you can? And disregard what you heard outside the courtroom?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to advise you, if you could, try and avoid as much news coverage as possible. I think Bill said don't watch any news about this case. But given its prevalence and unexpected events like what we've just experienced, it's best to avoid all media coverage. Would you agree with that?
Agreed.
All right. All right, thank you so much. We'll see you on March 29th. You'll remain on the jury, so we'll see you then.
Okay. Thanks.
You bet. All right, is that everybody? All right, we can end the Zoom meeting. We have our record now.
Goodbye.
Just so the record is clear, we've now stricken, I believe it was jurors numbers 36 and 20 for cause. Their exposure to the settlement shows they honestly said that they could no longer be impartial, and they're excused. I am satisfied that the others could in fact remain impartial. Juror 44 had some hesitation, but that seemed to be her general thought process when she was going through jury selection here, so I have no problem keeping juror number 44.
Hey, Donnie, go play outside with Brownie.
So we are now down to 7 jurors seated. Let's take a 10-minute break.
And this is why we start from behind. Let's go fast forward.
Sure.
Oh, wait. They've only been there for 10 minutes. They need a break already?
And just to make sure that it's clear, the first, I believe, what, three jurors who were questioned were numbers 2, 36, and 9. Those jurors were not formally re-advised that they were under oath. They were never told they weren't under oath. But we addressed that, and my understanding is that the defense has agreed that they're satisfied as to those 3 jurors. There's no need to call them back and have them reaffirm what they said. And then, Your Honor, you made the factual findings with respect to the 2
that's going to be a reason they're going to later on say
excluded. I don't think that we need to belabor those. You also made some more detailed factual findings with respect to jury number 44. I would request, because I believe this will be something that will certainly be scrutinized at some point,
Yes.
if either not now or at some point prior to the swearing of the jury, if we could on the record have you just discuss the findings with you as the trier of fact, and as you know, the appellate authority is very clear that you are in the best position to make these determinations, specifically why you believe that those jurors should not be excluded based on the media coverage.
Well, I think the record speaks for itself, but I will make a factual finding that the jurors who remain on the jury, in my view, can continue to remain fair and impartial. Most were very quick to assure the court of that. And so the only one who was not was 44, who hesitated a little bit, but as I recall, we went through extensive questioning with her, and the reflection and kind of her talking out loud about her process was part of all of the issues that she talked about. So I think her statements and any hesitation was more her out loud going through her thought process. The bottom line being, I believe she could be fair and impartial. I don't think it has changed that, and accordingly, there's not a basis to, on any of these who have assured the court they can be fair and impartial, that they can. I think any other record that needs to be made, the court is, of course, going to consider this in its motion that continues to be under advisement to continue the trial or to change venue. So this is more data for the court to make that decision, which it won't make until Friday. It's my understanding, as far as the May 6, 2019 incident, that the state wanted time to brief and possibly argue on Dr. Vinson. Mr. Frank communicated that to the court. We will do that tomorrow. The brief has to be in by the close of business tomorrow. We'll do any argument on Dr. Vinson tomorrow at 8:45. And the court will issue its rulings as to the May 6th, 2019 orally on Friday, with hope that we can get a written order out over the weekend on Monday. And I'll also address Dr. Vinson's testimony on Friday as well. Orally, probably not have a written order on that. All right, anything else to make a record before we go see if we have enough jurors? All right, let's take a 10-minute break. 9:25, please.
All right, and you're welcome for starting late and rewinding so we can fast forward to this junk. And he went more than 10-minute break. Let's see, we're starting at 3:48. Back. Yeah, they were on almost a half-hour break. That's half hour, right? No, wait. That's 40 minutes already. It took almost an hour break.
We're bringing up our next juror, juror 76, I believe.
Sorry, it's trash can day. The dogs are going to go nuts all day.
I thought we had excused juror 75.
That's what you get for thinking,
Okay.
buddy.
Okay, 75. Yes, you are correct.
Do I think they'll release him? I think he's gonna get. They're gonna.
Thank you. With over 200 jurors in the pool, it's hard to keep track sometimes.
I think he's gonna win the case. There's too much evidence showing that.
Yes.
Well, we got to see the court.
Let's creep up on that. I think we
trial.
can cover other things first.
We got to see the trial first, guys. You know. Who knows? There may be some evidence. I don't know. And you're right, Julius. Government time is right. Why am I just sitting here? Sorry. I should have fast forwarded to this, guys.
All right. A couple things before I turn questioning over to the attorneys. First of all, I'm going to continue to wear a mask, even though just to say, if you would feel more comfortable, swear you in to make sure that all of your answers are under oath. If you would raise your right hand. I'd ask that you pull up to the microphone just to work from. But was everything true, first of all?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything on that questionnaire that you think might have changed, or since it's been several months, maybe in reflection, you thought, oh, I should have included this, or what I put down here wasn't quite accurate?
No, I think the only thing at the very end was, do you want to serve on this? And I said yes.
Okay.
So
you think that's changed?
Well, I have a couple questions. I'm not sure if it changed or not. So I don't know if it, maybe at the end or any time. But.
Okay. Maybe we'll kind of go through that in case there's other issues that can take care of this. First of all, well, and just to expand on that, it's all right to say something different than what's in your questionnaire. Like I say, things change, you realize something was inaccurate, or something should be added to, or maybe an opinion evolved, including, do I want to serve on this jury? So it's all right to be different than what's in your questionnaire is what I'm saying. Secondly, you're not supposed to read any newspaper articles or any media, but we realize in the months since you filled this out and the trial, as you sit here today, you might have inadvertently been exposed. See a headline, blurb on the news, something that may be related to this case in some way. Obviously not your fault, just happens. Mm-hmm. Has anything like that happened to you where you've been exposed to some new information after you filled out the questionnaire?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I would say the only headline I've seen in the last period of time was that a number of jurors had been selected, and that was last week when it first started.
Oh, okay.
And that was just a headline. I think it was 6. And then I watched part of this live stream.
Okay.
And the part I watched was basically you telling a guy that he shouldn't be watching the live stream.
Okay.
So I really didn't glean anything from that, but I was just trying to figure out. My wife was like, hey, you know what's live streaming? And
Just to kind of see the layout and how it works.
makes me feel more comfortable. I didn't know what the camera situation was, so.
Okay.
Yeah. But then as soon as I heard you do that, I haven't watched a thing again.
Okay, and you haven't heard anything about any of the parties specifically, or related cases or related developments of any sort?
No.
All right. And the attorneys might go into more specific detail about some of what you've been exposed to, so I'll leave that to them, though. But for right now, nothing to add to what was in the questionnaire.
No.
Okay. Now, the whole point of all this is that as a jury, you have to decide the case just on what you hear in the courtroom. And everybody that we've talked to has some knowledge about the case, some more accurate than others, some more in detail than others. And it's not a question of that, but whether you can put all that aside and decide this case just on what you hear in the courtroom as if this had never been in the news at all. Do you think you could do that?
I do.
All right. Now, you were given that long list of witnesses.
Yeah.
Anybody on that list familiar?
I didn't recognize anybody.
Okay. We also said that the length of trial would be probably about 4 weeks, and that's an estimate, as you've already seen.
Yeah.
There are delays occasionally, might be more, but occasionally it's sometimes less than what people estimate. So it just depends on a variety of factors, some of which we can't control.
Sure.
Does that work for you, or can you make it work?
So that was kind of my big question is, I've been unemployed since COVID,
Okay.
basically. I was unemployed. So job hunting pretty regularly, right? Gotten pretty far in a lot of things, hoping to get an offer this week.
Okay.
If that happens, great. Don't know how I work that out. I don't even know what I should say to the potential employer now or at that time of offer. If it doesn't happen, I've got a lot of other leads, right, that I've been in the process of. How does that impact that? I probably won't be able to follow up on those, and right, it'll just go cold, and I got to start all over again in 4, 5, 6 weeks. So that's a concern.
Okay. Sounds like could cause a financial hardship if set you back, essentially.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been set back for 8, 9 months now, so hoping to get something now, but
All right.
that would definitely be a hardship, I would say.
You said there's one that's even in the pipeline. You might get an offer this week?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The question is, do you feel that's a significant hardship to serve for 4 weeks starting on March 29th?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. It's a financial hardship if I lose this opportunity. If the opportunity says no, we can't wait 4 or 6 weeks or indeterminate,
Right.
then I've lost the best opportunity I've got. So I don't know. I mean, they might say, yeah, no problem. I get a specific duty. I have no idea, right?
Okay. And you think you're going to hear this week?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's assume for now.
Okay.
You get the offer and they're fine with it,
Mhm.
or you don't get the offer and you're continuing on.
Okay.
Don't get the offer, just not related to your jury service, because they don't know about that, right?
Right.
Right. In either case, let's assume those. Otherwise, do you think it'd be a hardship to serve the 4 weeks?
No.
Okay. Okay. Let's kind of proceed under that basis, but we'll keep that in the back of our minds.
Alrighty.
All right. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to Mr. Nelson?
I don't think so.
Okay. With regard to Juror 75, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience. I think you were here yesterday as well.
Yep,
Sat
no
around,
problem. Yeah, I was.
for a while. And
Yeah.
well, thank you very much for being here again. I want to ask you, just before I kind of get into the general stuff in your questionnaire, about your employment prospects. I know that you had indicated at the time you filled out your questionnaire you had lost your job because of COVID.
Yeah.
That's right?
Yep.
And so you've been unemployed for some time?
Yep.
Okay. Is your spouse working?
She is.
Okay. And with your spouse's income, are you able to pay your bills and mortgage and stuff, or is it?
So with my spouse's income plus the unemployment that's been extended, which is a little bit up in the air also, plus the extra $300 from the government, we've been making ends meet, absolutely.
Okay. And you've been actively searching for employment, and you are expecting or hoping for an offer this week?
Yeah, since about April, May, until last month, I was working as a contract, commission only, to help build out a business. And hoping to make a lot of money doing that. For a lot of reasons, it didn't pan out. So the last 6, maybe 8 weeks, we've been really hardcore looking, right? Searching, getting the resume up to speed, etc.
Okay.
So in that time, networked through to get a bunch of opportunities that I've been pursuing, and I'm probably in the mix on 3 or 4. One is really hot right now. Yeah.
Okay. And so, so if that job offer panned out and they were okay with you, being on a jury service, or, or starting you, sometime in May, basically.
Yeah, right.
You wouldn't be worried about your ability to pay attention during this trial?
No.
If, however, you were not extended that offer, how would that impact you?
If I did not get extended the offer and I was on the jury,
Right.
I don't know, I would assume at night I would be at home, and I would probably be able to continue to prospect, probably not effectively, because, when you reach out to people, it's, you don't really get to talk to people from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., whatever. So I'd probably have to put it on hold, I would have to say. I mean, it won't do me much good to keep looking and get excited about things that I can't really follow up on.
Would you be sort of hyper-focused on not having a job? Like, do you think it would affect your ability to pay attention here in court?
I don't think so. I mean, I think I would come to grips pretty quickly with, I can't pursue it at night, so there's nothing I can do. So I would just wait, right? I'd have to just get okay with that.
And so I guess the ultimate question, sitting here right now and the uncertainty, would it be a hardship for you to serve on this jury?
The biggest uncertainty right now is, we deferred our mortgage, for example, because I don't have a job. That's coming back into reinstatement rate now. So it's going to be tougher to pay that without unemployment and, the extra government stuff, which I don't know how long that's going to last. So if we had all that, if I knew that was all certain, could we create a financial plan for the next 6 weeks to make it happen? Probably. We could probably figure it out, dip into savings or whatever you have to do. If we don't have that extra funding, then it'll be tougher. So I would say, yes, it's a bit of a hardship.
All right, so what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to ask you a series of questions, kind of just generally first,
Okay.
Just to get to know you a little bit better. Thank you for your, again, honesty about that, but just some general questions, and then I'm going to turn and focus on some answers that you gave in the questionnaire.
Okay.
Again, I know the questionnaire was filled out a couple months ago, and no one's trying to trick you. I'll likely just read the question and then what you wrote and ask you to expand on something.
Okay.
Okay. So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances, what are a couple things that I would learn about you in our first conversation?
That
Then I like long walks on the beach.
I like coaching. I think you'd learn about me that I'm about my kids, right? And other kids and my community. That I have a good sense of humor. I'm trying to curb today. You know, that I work hard, family life, enjoy sports.
Okay, good. At some point, you received this packet in the mail, right?
Yeah.
And you had obviously heard about this case before receiving this mailing.
Yeah.
What was your first reaction to learning that you were a prospective juror on this particular case?
I was surprised. Didn't even know it was coming down the pike, really. And I had pushed it off because I think the first time I got a summons or whatever, I was, whatever it was, 6 months before. And I was starting this new potential job. So I pushed it off for 6 months. So then 6 months later comes and I get this. I'm like, oh, great. Nothing negative or anything. It was just kind of a surprise. Wow, this is something, you know. And I didn't know. I didn't know if it was for sure this one or if it was, you know, until I read through it deeply.
Okay.
You know.
And, I mean, did you have any concerns about your personal safety, your family's safety, COVID-19, any concerns generally about participating in this trial?
Not really. Definitely not COVID-19. Family safety a little bit, but I didn't know what to expect or not know. So I think I'm learning more and feeling more comfortable. At the time, there was a general concern, but I knew I'd learn more, so I wasn't too worried.
Well, when you came downtown yesterday and you saw the government center and all of the buildup around it, what were your thoughts?
I haven't really seen the news for forever about anything like this, so I assumed there would be some kind of protesting or something going on, and there was nothing. I haven't been downtown since forever, right? This entire year, or last 8-9 months. So I was just kind of surprised by this scarcity and the sparseness of everything. The building didn't really, I'm not familiar with the building, so when I saw the walls, I just assumed that was what it's gonna look like.
I mean, in terms of, what about like the military presence?
I thought it was a lot. I'm former military, so I didn't faze me or anything, but I was like a little surprised at all the protocols that I went through to get in here.
Okay.
Which is good.
All right. When you came in yesterday and the judge kind of talked about anonymity and the efforts that we're doing to try to protect your anonymity, how did that make you feel?
Feel good. Not sure how it plays out post-trial, you know, and what that looks like for security and anonymity, but...
Well, at some point, right, it's very possible that your name would be publicly released. Mm-hmm. We don't know when or under what circumstances, but how would that make you feel?
I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing I can... obviously, there's going to be people, no matter how it comes down, happy and upset. So, do you want to be associated with that? It's not ideal, but this is what it is, right? I mean, this is part of your civic duty. And
okay. And I just, I want to just follow up. You asked, or you went on to the live stream for a couple minutes at some point.
Yep.
Was that yesterday, before you came down yesterday? Or?
No, it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. It's either the first day that because after the first day, I called in and realized all the same numbers were coming in on Tuesday. And I'm like, I knew there was an issue. So then I think it was Tuesday, then I looked up the live stream.
Okay. And did you watch it for how long, do you think?
I had it in the background for less than an hour.
Okay.
But I only watched when I heard the judge asking that guy about watching the live stream.
Sure.
Oh, great.
Okay. And then that's when you turned it off?
I turned it off right then.
Okay. So did you hear, me questioning prospective jurors or the state?
I think I heard you. Yeah, I don't remember any questions you asked or who the people were, but yeah.
Sure. All right. Well, let me ask you this. I understand you have a couple of, young adolescent children, is my understanding. And you've obviously worked in a professional career before. So in your personal life or in your professional life, can you think of a situation where you've ever been called upon to resolve conflict? between two people?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you approach the resolution of conflict between two people?
So, throughout my career, right, professionally, it's a little different than dealing with kids where you've got a little more authority. In the professional world, I'd say it's first understand what's the conflict about, and then be listening, be open to hearing what they're saying, and open to that, acknowledging it, and then have a process for open discussion, and then allow the other side to talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, obviously there's a conflict here in a kind of a big sense, which is the state of Minnesota versus Mr. Chauvin.
Yep.
And part of your job as a juror is to resolve that conflict, right?
Yep.
But then also, if you were to be selected as a juror in this case, you would potentially run into conflict within the jury room. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And I would just kind of want to break it into two scenarios for you. One scenario is two groups of jurors, right, sort of emerge, and they have conflict over the meaning or some piece of evidence, right? The meaning of some piece of evidence, the significance of it.
Yeah.
And then the other juror, one group is saying this is the most important piece of evidence, and the other group is saying no, 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 no. How do you approach it if you're trying to resolve that conflict? And then is it different if you're a part of the conflict, like you're on one side versus the other? Does that make sense? It's kind of a two-part question.
So the first part, if there's two challenges, right? Two problems. One feels more important. I like to whiteboard, right? I would probably it's more interesting for people to understand if you can whiteboard it out, or if you have the ability to do that, so people can say, here's issue 1, issue 2, and get thoughts on both. And I think that's a way to prioritize or rank, right? So you can say, okay, here's why we feel this, and here's why we feel this, and then oftentimes it doesn't matter where you start, you just got to pick one.
Okay.
And then parking lot things that come in that aren't pertinent to that specific discussion, and then just lead people through the discussion. If I was involved in one of those, oftentimes I just let the other side go first, right? Let's hear your opinion. Let's make either pluses or minuses and systematically go through it. Otherwise, personally, I see people get really, either emotional about it, which we would try and refrain from, or they get really attached and say, I'm not moving from my position because I don't think you guys understand me, or you don't understand my thought process on it, and I can't articulate it well enough for you. So it's better just to whiteboard it out and work through that.
And if you were to be, are you the type of person that if you have a very firmly held position on something, right? Are you willing to re-examine your own perspective on that issue?
Yeah, I think that's very important. Absolutely.
But would you simply agree with the other side in order to build consensus, or would you kind of, if you felt it was really important, would you dig your heels in?
That's an interesting question. I don't think I would dig my heels in. I mean, that suggests to me that you're not open to listening. I think at some point you've gone through enough discussions about it and you make your decision. But yeah, I think I'm obviously open to the discussion, right? And listening to other people's perspectives.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So part of your job as a juror too is to assess the credibility of various witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
So can you think of, again, in your life, a time where you've been called upon to determine if someone's telling you the truth about something? I think you said you do some coaching, for example.
Yeah, I mean, that's where my mind jumped. Yeah, I think at the youth age, it's easy to question that when you know what you know, and you can see facial things, and you can see how they act, and hear what they say. Because I've been through it, right? I probably did what they were doing at some point. So I think I've come from that. So Yeah, I think was your question just, have I seen it?
Yeah, have you seen it, and how do you then analyze whether someone is telling you the truth?
I think body language is a lot of it. I think how they talk, if they change how they talk, if you've been having other conversations, what you know about them, what you've heard them say in the past. I think I get a good gut feel for it. I mean, and as you mature, as you get to, my age, I think you have a general sense, gut feel about people and how they answer things.
Okay. Can you think of a situation in your life where you've been 100% certain you're right, only to later learn you're wrong?
I'm sure there's been those situations. 100% sure I was right.
Well, just hypothetically, how do you're 100% convinced, right? And all of a sudden someone gives you the definitive evidence and you're wrong, and,
It's something I generally would laugh about.
Okay.
You got me. You're right. you proved it.
Uh-huh. So do you have the ability to kind of take that information and apply it to future situations, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
All right. So one of the jobs as a juror, again, is to decide this case on the evidence that is presented in court and apply the law as the judge gives it to you. All right. My question is if you are looking at all of the evidence and then the judge reads you the law, can you apply the law even if you think the judge is wrong or that the law for some reason should be changed?
Can you say that differently?
Sure. Let's say that you disagree with some principle of law. You're reading it. This is the law that the judge is giving you. And you say, I can't possibly be right, or I think that this is goofy. We need to change this law. Can you apply the law as the judge gives it to you?
Yeah, I would think for sure.
Okay. So I'm going to turn to your questionnaire, just ask you some specific follow-ups.
Okay.
I know you said that you have been, obviously prior to filling out this questionnaire, you've been exposed to the media and discussions and things of that nature about this case. And a little bit after in terms of how many jurors have been selected and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's somewhat unavoidable.
Somewhat. I feel like I've done a great job, but yeah, for the most part, it's unavoidable.
And just within the past few days, you've not come across or heard any other information about this case?
Since I watched that part of the live stream on Tuesday of last week, I think I haven't seen a single thing.
Okay. All right. So before I get too far into this, I want to ask you about, there's a lot of questions in here and responses about a video that you've seen.
Yep.
There was a video that was taken by a bystander. That video ultimately went viral and became the basis for multiple news stories.
Mm-hmm.
There were also videos that have been released into the public sphere in terms of body-worn cameras from police officers or surveillance from local businesses. Have you seen, which of those videos are you referring to when you were discussing this?
The only one I remember seeing is that original one.
The bystander video?
I guess it was a bystander video, yeah.
Okay.
The longer one.
And when you say I believe you say you've seen it 6 or more times in your questionnaire, are you talking about the entirety of that original video, or are you talking clips on media?
I think the question was about, at some point, at some a level, have you seen it all or part of it?
Mm-hmm.
And I said 6 more times. I think I've seen clips of it. I think I've only seen the entirety, maybe the first time I saw it, maybe twice. I think once, but maybe twice.
Okay. So like you were on your personal social media, comes up, you watch the whole video, and then obviously paying attention to the news to some degree.
I don't think I saw it on social media. I think I saw it on the news first. And that's the only time I watched it in its entirety.
And like it had a link or something where you could click and watch the whole video? Or were you watching the news and they played?
Watching the news on TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you watch that, you've seen that video where I think we're talking generally about the same video.
Mm-hmm.
And you wrote, you were asked to kind of explain what you had heard or what you knew about the case, right?
Okay.
And you wrote a couple of things that you heard about it, you know, on local news. You remember that Mr. Floyd was near or by a car. I think you wrote by a car, maybe trying to get in. A brief struggle with police officer happened, and George Floyd was taken to the ground, and the officer restrained him with his knee on his neck. Now, you remember some things that Mr. Floyd said, some general length of time, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, this kind of became a national and international news story, and you say, in watching many sporting events around the world, players took a knee in remembrance.
Yeah.
How, so like in the Super Bowl or in various sporting events, how did that make you feel about this case? Seeing sort of this international...
I felt good.
Felt good, why?
I've traveled internationally quite a bit the last few years, and you know, I think there's some, I think it's a positive cause. I think there's positive, negative aspects to it. I think what people are rallying around, it was a positive cause. And if they do it in a positive way, I'm all for that. I think there's so much, last 4 years, last 1 year, so much divisiveness that, yeah, when I see people coming together for something positive, something that is progressive or, you know, makes us evaluate potential change, then I think that's positive. So yeah, it makes me feel like we're moving in a good direction versus a divided direction.
Okay. You were asked to, the question, from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of the defendant? And you checked a box that was somewhat negative.
Yep.
And then you were asked the same question about Mr. Floyd.
Yep.
And you checked neutral.
Yep.
And you were asked, why do you
Yep.
feel that way? And you left that part blank.
I didn't need to. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it now. Why do you have a somewhat negative view of Mr. Chauvin?
At the time when I read the question, do you have a somewhat negative view? I kind of racked my brain and thought, well, what do I know? And I knew that a guy had died. I knew he lost his job and he was going to be being put on trial. So I think that gave me a negative view.
Okay.
Somewhat. I mean, I don't really have much other knowledge of him or his past or anything.
Okay.
So.
And ultimately, you know, the question becomes, and it's perfectly okay for people to form an opinion. The question is, can you set aside those opinions and decide this case on the merits and the evidence as presented in court?
Yes.
Okay. And so even if you may have formed a somewhat negative impression, you can start from zero and you will apply the presumption of innocence.
Yes.
Why did you have neutral feelings towards Mr. Floyd?
You know, I think I didn't really know much about the guy. I saw news articles that I didn't really remember at the time. I just knew he was like either a brother or a father or something positive, right? That he, but I also heard news articles that maybe he had prior been on drugs or at the time been on drugs, don't know. But I was like, some positive, some negative, pretty neutral. I don't really know anything, nothing concrete that I know a fact or something that I could say very positive or very negative. So I was pretty neutral at the time.
Okay. You were asked if you have ever talked about George Floyd's death with your family, friends, coworkers, or discussed it online, for example, on social media, and you checked the box yes. Did you ever post opinions on social media about the case?
No, I don't think so.
So you were talking about your general discussions, like with your kids, your friends, your coworkers?
Yeah, I don't really even recall talking about it with my kids, but I was working from home at the time, so I didn't really have coworkers to talk to. I think it was just some buddies, you know, it was a news event.
Okay. And what you wrote is you had general discussions about what we saw, the length of time he was subdued, had drugs in his system, and you wrote, I don't recall expressing any opinion.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of talking about it generally, right?
Yeah, and nobody had it. I think at the time we talked about it was very early days, and I don't think anybody knew. Right?
Okay.
Oh, I heard this, I heard that, but
Right. Was there something about the length of time that Mr. Floyd was subdued that troubled you?
no, I mean, I don't think it troubled me. I think that was the thing, right, about the video that most people, that I heard about, right? So I think, I don't know if it troubled me. I mean, the guy died, so I think it's troubling in general.
Sure.
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. You were asked whether you believe the community was negatively or positively affected by the protests that have taken place since Mr. Floyd's death. And you wrote both positively and negatively. Positive, a large showing of support for many races coming together. Negative, people took advantage and rioted.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the people who were protesting are the people who caused the riots?
Do I think that people that were protesting caused the riots?
Or
No.
were participated in or are responsible for the riots?
No.
You can distinguish between a peaceful protest and a riot.
I can. And I don't know the answer. I honestly don't know if there were people that were part of the protesting that got upset and became part of the group that rioted. That seems reasonable that could have happened. But generally, I feel like there was a positive group that were out there to protest and bring awareness to something that they believed in. And people took advantage of it. I don't know what overlap there was.
Okay. There were a couple of questions here that you indicated you had a desire to answer privately.
Okay.
Your Honor, would this be a good time?
I think so. What we're gonna do is, under the rules, I can provide that the audio be turned off as far as what's being broadcast.
Sure.
And so I'm gonna order at this time that the audio be turned off.
Alright, so we can fast forward to this junk. You still talking? A lot of questions being asked. Good thing I went behind, huh? Your husband got a warrant for what? Boy, there's a lot of questioning. Wait, hold on.
All right. So turning to, again, to your questionnaire, sir, there was a page that had several sort of broad statements, and you were asked to kind of rank your opinion about those statements from strongly agree to strongly disagree. Do you remember generally that process?
I do very well.
The first two are, I think, somewhat similar, and I just wanted to ask you about it. The statement is, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you somewhat disagreed with that. And the second statement is, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you somewhat agreed with that.
Yep.
Can you just explain what's your thought process between this, why somewhat disagree or somewhat agree with either of those things?
Well, I think the first question was about, is the media overstating kind of discrimination? And I was like, no, I think there is discrimination to some level, and I think they're reporting it somewhat accurately. I don't know the extent of it all, but yeah, I think there's an issue, and I think they're reporting on it.
Okay.
And the second question was?
Blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you somewhat agreed with that.
Yeah. So, in general, I think from what I've seen, right, there's more people of color in jail systems and prison systems, and I think in general there's less income and education in the general populations, and I think with those things come more money, and with more money I think you get better representation, and I don't think it's set up to be exactly even for everybody.
Okay. You were asked, police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agree with that.
Yeah.
You feel police perform a valuable service and keep your community safe?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've led scouting stuff for a long time. We always go to the police station. So I get familiar with them there and what they do and how they think about things and their procedures a little bit, just high level for kids, right? But yeah, I mean, I've never had negative thoughts about it.
Okay. If you had two people who were testifying, and one is a police officer and one is a citizen, do you automatically ascribe more credibility to the police officer simply by virtue of the fact that he or she is a police officer?
More credibility in general. If it's a topic related to law or law enforcement, for sure. In general, would I just say maybe?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's important that we kind of process through this.
Okay.
Two people are watching some event, right?
Yep.
And one is a police officer and one is not a police officer. It has nothing to do, it's a car accident. And the police officer says the light was green and the citizen says the light was red. Do you believe the police officer, his or her version, simply by virtue of the fact he's a police officer?
I would tend to.
Tend to? Okay.
Yeah.
And can you I mean, we have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah. We're just gonna discuss a little bit. Okay.
Again? You know this guy's gone.
On this jury, and so you're off jury service.
I told
You don't have to
you.
worry about reporting for another case unless you get a summons in the future. All right, thank you so much for taking the time.
Alright, let's flash forward to the next one. Look at the judge is like shit.
All right, we're doing the group advisory, right? Good morning, members of the panel. First of all,
I don't think you guys need to hear all this.
we have hearing assistance devices, state of Minnesota versus jail. Before any questions,
I want to make you go through the boring stuff.
your contribution to the important and serious.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keith Ellison, I represent the state of Minnesota.
Good morning. Erin Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
And Mr. Nelson, if you introduce your client and yourself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Nelson, along with my assistant Amy Voss. We represent the defendant, Mr. Chauvin.
All right, thank you. Okay. You know anybody else in the Minnesota Attorney General's? Oh, Erin is here. Sorry, Ms. Eldridge. Jerry Blackwell, or anybody else who works for the Minnesota Attorney General's office. Anybody recognize
They're still doing all this stuff.
that evidence? And they create no inference of
Let's wait till they start with
proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Come on.
Factors that bear on believability and but no enough away. We have plexiglass around.
They're still.
In either case, I'd ask that you pull up to the microphone so that we can hear you
All right.
well.
We're at the first juror.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. If you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Well, first of all, you filled out a questionnaire, and thank you for doing that. It gives us a lot of information to get started. Are there any, well, first of all, was everything true on the questionnaire that you answered?
Yes, Tom.
Okay. Any changes or additions to it that you can think of right now?
No.
Okay. And just to advise you, if there is anything additional or different, it's pretty common. In fact, probably more common than that, because you filled it out months ago. Maybe in reflection you realize, oh, I probably should have said this or that, or something I said was inaccurate, so I need to correct that. Or maybe opinions you held have evolved. In any case, the bottom line is it's okay to say something that different than what's in your questionnaire, okay?
Yes.
The attorneys will probably follow up on individual questions, and they will, because it's been a few months, and so far we've had only one juror who actually kept a copy of their questionnaire. They'll probably read the question to you with your answer, just to refresh your memory, okay? Now, part of the questionnaire advised you that you should avoid media about this case, basically. But since you filled out the questionnaire and today, we understand people may have inadvertently been exposed to new information. Like you see a headline or a news blurb and you can't turn off the TV quick enough. Anything like that happen to you that you've learned more information about this case or even related cases or civil matters or pretrial matters or the attorney's parties, anything like that?
No, only the things that come on the news.
Okay. Can you tell me what may have come on the news, that even if it's just what you remember about a headline or a quick blurb that some anchor gives?
The last thing was the settlement.
Okay, tell me about what you remember from the headline.
I mean, normally on stuff like that, Your Honor, I like try to either turn to another channel or...
Yeah, and I think the problem that we've run into with every juror is they take our orders seriously to avoid media, but given how pervasive it is, it's hard to do. And sometimes you will get exposed to it, even with your best efforts.
Right.
Do you think that's happened, and can you remember any of the details? For example, you mentioned settlement.
No, sir. I mean, the only thing I know is like the $27 million, and
Okay.
like I said, when stuff like that comes on, I turn the TV or I go out the room or something like that.
Okay. Have you learned anything about the charges or anything like that since you filled out your questionnaire?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you again about the settlement. That was a civil case between the city of Minneapolis and the family of Mr. Floyd. How do you think that's going to affect your decision in this case?
It shouldn't have any effects on my decision in the case.
Okay. Kind of recognize that that's a separate civil issue, different law, different parties. In fact, it won't be in evidence in this case because it's not relevant here.
Yes.
But having heard that, do you think you could put it aside? And this is actually a good example of you heard something, it's not relevant, you're not going to hear it in this courtroom. Can you put it aside and decide this case just on the evidence you hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that goes for anything you may have seen. And we'll touch a little bit on what you recall seeing on TV earlier. But if you've heard it outside this courtroom, you got to put it aside. And what you saw may have given you certain opinions or thoughts, feelings. You also have to put those aside and just decide the case objectively as a juror, impartially, just on the facts and the law that I give you. Do you think you could do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Did you recognize any of the witnesses on the list?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, great. We anticipate that the trial is going to be about 4 weeks long once we actually start with opening statements and evidence. And we're going to start on March 29th, so pretty much into April, chewing up most of the time in April. Can you make that work with your schedule, personally, professionally, otherwise?
Well, my birthday is in April.
Okay. Well, don't say the date. I'm violating my own rule, and anything you say might get you a little more identification, and we don't want you to be able to do that. Do you think that'll be all right, though, if you're serving on jury duty on your birthday?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any other personal distractions that would keep you off jury duty?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson to inquire. Mr. Nelson, if you would, Juror 76.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here today, and thank you for taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. I am going to ask you a series of questions, just kind of general questions first, and then we'll kind of focus on some of your answers on the questionnaire, okay? Does that sound okay to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's assume you and I were to meet under different circumstances. We're at a party or some sort of event. What are a couple things I'm going to learn about you during that conversation?
That I'm basically a quiet person and to myself.
Okay. So you kind of stick to yourself, so maybe we wouldn't even meet at a party, huh?
I would speak.
Okay. All right. Do you have any special interests, hobbies, anything like that?
Watching basketball.
Okay. Any particular team you root for?
The Chicago Bulls.
All right. You at some point received this packet of information in the mail, and you learned that you were a prospective juror in this case. You'd heard about this case before you got this information?
Yes.
How did it make you feel when you learned that you were a potential juror here in this case?
I mean, it was like mixed emotions.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, on one hand, it was just something that you didn't want to like be a part or see, or like I don't want to be a part of something like this. And then on the other hand, you do want to be a part of something like this.
Why would you not want to be a part of this? What would be the specific concerns about being a part of this?
Because it's like it's like the weight, like if someone knows, it's like the weight, guilty or not guilty, I mean, it carries a big weight on you as a person.
Oh my gosh, Philip.
If you made the right decision, if you didn't make the right decision. So, I mean, that's the biggest.
Okay. And why would you? What are the specific reasons that you would want to be on the jury?
Because me as a black man, you see a lot of black people get killed and no one's held accountable for it. And you wonder why or what was the decisions. And so with this, maybe I'll be in the room to know why.
Okay, so and I'm just going to jump a little bit ahead. You understand that there's two possible.
Sir.
And can you foresee yourself entering a not guilty vote?
If the evidence was there and it presented itself as that, yes, I could see myself doing that.
Okay.
Sorry, 12 o'clock.
In your personal life or in your professional life, sir, have you ever been called upon by friends, family members, co-workers to resolve a conflict between two people?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of and I believe, without saying what your verdict was, you had previously been on a jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you how long ago that was?
I want to say in the early 2000s, I want to say.
Okay, fair enough. And I'll ask you some more questions about that when we get to your questionnaire. But in terms of you have a firsthand experience deliberating in a jury room, right?
Yes.
Did conflict between jurors emerge as you discussed the evidence?
I mean, a little, yeah.
Okay. How did you approach that in the jury room? How did you resolve that conflict?
Well, it's like everybody had to sit and listen to everyone, the other person's side, instead of just like over talking everybody. So we had to sit and listen to their point of view and then look at the facts that was in front of us.
Okay. Now, in terms of part of your job in that case was also to assess the credibility of witnesses, right?
Yes.
So whether it be from your experience on the jury or your personal life or your professional life, how do you kind of approach a decision on whether someone is making a decision about whether someone is telling the truth?
Well, I mean, you look them in the eye contact is the one for me.
Okay. Any other tools or anything that you may use? I mean, you've got two people who come to you and they say, this is what happened on Tuesday, and the other person said, that's not what happened on Tuesday, this is what happened. How do you tell which one is telling the truth?
Well, basically you go back to like the little kid stuff, like, when your nieces and your nephews are doing something and one of them is telling the truth and the other one is not telling the truth. The one that tends to move around a lot and can't look you in the eye is the one that's not telling the truth 9 times out of 10.
Okay. All right. In terms of, again, your sort of personal life or your professional life, can you think about a situation or can you remember a situation where you were 100% convinced you were right and then it later turned out you were wrong?
With my wife.
Me too. How do you deal with that?
I got a divorce.
I mean, it's like, sometimes you can't rush to judge. You have to sit and you have to look and observe every detail before you can make a decision. Sometimes you jump up and you make a decision because you think that that's right, and then sometimes you're too quick to judge. Then take a look at all of the facts and the information.
Okay, good. Well, let me ask you this, is you, again, from personal experience, you know that at the end of the case, the judge is going to give you the law that applies in this case. Can you apply the law even if you think the law should be different or you disagree with it?
I should be able to apply.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions about your questionnaire, sir. So, I recognize that this questionnaire was filled out quite some time ago. I'm not trying to trick you. I'll read you what you wrote. I'll read you the question. Let's just talk about a few of these things, okay? Before I kind of get too far into it, there was a video. There's lots of questions on here about a video or there's references to this video. There was a video that was taken by a bystander of the arrest of Mr. Floyd. That video kind of became a viral video online and then became a major news story, both nationally, locally, nationally, and internationally, right? Is that the video that you are kind of talking about when you had, or the video you had in mind as you were watching these or answering these questions?
No, sir. I'm an adamantly CNN guy. And I stay away from like social media, Facebook, and stuff like that. So I didn't see anything off of that. Where I got the information from or seeing the video is from CNN.
Okay. So the video you saw, you didn't see an entire long version video. You saw a few clips here and there?
Yes, sir. Just clips from CNN what was seen on local TV.
All right. So you maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds, a minute. Not a longer form version.
No, sir. Like I told the judge earlier, I don't like looking at stuff like that. It's like I'll either turn or I'll walk out the room.
Okay. So the first question that kind of, they ask you to kind of write what you remember about what you heard about this situation, what you may have seen on TV, and you just wrote what I saw on TV.
Right.
Right. So, I mean, can you give me a recitation of what you remember hearing or seeing on TV about this case?
I mean, what I seen was police officers talking to Mr. Floyd, and then later it went to Mr. Floyd being in handcuffs. Then it went from Mr. Floyd wouldn't be in the car to Mr. Shoulders with his knee on his neck. That's what I see.
Okay. And based on what you saw and heard, you formed opinions about Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I didn't form an opinion on Mr. Chauvin because I didn't know him, but I just said it's like, you know, it's sad. It's another black man being murdered in police hands. That's all I could say.
Right. And sir, I mean, I've said this to several jurors, right? We are entitled to our opinions.
Yes, sir.
And your opinion is as valuable as my opinion is, right?
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, the question becomes is your ability to be an impartial juror, right?
Right.
And so I'm not questioning any of your opinions, okay?
Right.
And in the questionnaire, you checked a box that said that you had a very negative opinion of Mr. Chauvin. And like you just said, that a black man was killed by police, right?
Right.
And so, and what you also just used was a term murder, right? Is that your opinion of what happened? Did Mr. Chauvin murder Mr. Floyd?
I mean, you know, like, and going through doing the questionnaire, it's like you'll get to a point to where it's anger, and then, like I said before, you have to sit and take and evaluate all of the information and put all of that. My opinion doesn't really matter. It's whether if I can do what the judge and what you guys asked me to do.
Okay, good. All right. And you, with respect to Mr. Floyd, you had a more neutral opinion and ultimately wrote that a black man was killed in police hands, right? I mean, again, the question is the law presumes Mr. Chauvin innocent of these charges. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Can you apply that?
Yes, sir.
Will you apply that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked a question. You were asked a question about whether you've ever talked about Mr. Floyd's death with your family, friends, or coworkers, or discussed it online. You said you stay away from online, so, but you checked the box no, like you've never had a conversation about this case with your wife or anyone else?
I mean, it's like me and my wife, it's like, we're two controversial type of people, so I stay away from stuff like that because we'll tend to get into an argument and stuff like that. And then like with my nieces, my nephews, they go with the conspiracy theory stuff, and I don't do that neither. So that's why I stay away from like talking about the case or anything like that.
Right. Did your wife express opinions to you about the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, right, I mean, if you're a juror on this case and you reached a not guilty verdict, how do you think would you be able to go back to your wife and explain why?
Yep.
Okay.
I should be able to.
All right. You were asked about the impact on the community after the protests and the rioting and all of that stuff. You would recognize there's a difference between protests and riots, right?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether you thought it was a negative or a positive impact on the community, and you wrote, I think it has stayed the same. Okay. So have you seen any positive or negative impacts as a result of the quote-unquote aftermath of Mr. Floyd's death?
I mean, you know, like I could say in some ways, yeah, and then in some ways, like, you know, like you could say, like it stayed the same. Because like back when Trayvon Martin had got killed, and it was like the Black Lives Matter came about, and then it was like Black Lives Matter, you know, like every life matter. So then, you know, it's like, and then now it's like people seeing it happen in our city, And then now it's like a lot of white people come and, you know, so like in some ways it's like it stayed the same because it's like everyone noticed it when it happened, when it was fresh. But now that it's not happening and it's like it's back to the same, you know, the areas, the neighborhood is still the same.
Okay. You were asked a question, and I'll read the question to you, and it says, no matter what you have heard or seen about this case, and no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide this case only on the evidence you receive in court, follow the law, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner? And your response was, I don't know. Right? And so that's the dilemma, right? We're human, we have our opinions. I have to take what you tell me at face value, sir. I don't know what's in your heart, I don't know what's in your mind, right? And I think that there's a difference between filling out a questionnaire at home and then coming into court and answering. So why don't you know?
I mean, like I said, so like in doing that, it was like a lot of emotions. Like, you know, like I said, on one hand, I didn't want to have jury duty, and especially like this type of trial. And then, like I said before, then, you know, it's like, hey, I could be in there and I could make a difference, and I could know why. You know, so it's just like it's a mixed feeling, like, you know, like.
Right, and that's the ultimate question. And we understand people. You're not the first guy to come in here and say, I got mixed emotions about being a part of this, right?
Right.
It's the question of, can you and will you?
Yes, sir. I mean, with my character and who I am, I mean, I think that I can do what's right.
So you believe, without question, that you can set every opinion, all of the information that you can set that aside, and you can judge this case based exclusively on the evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
You were asked a question about whether you or someone close to you has ever been arrested for a crime, and I want to just remind you that we have the ability to cut off the audio and have a private discussion. Are you comfortable answering questions about who it is that was arrested for a crime and some questions about that?
Yes.
Okay. So, who was it that was close to you, or was it you that was arrested for a crime?
I mean, my brother was arrested for a crime.
Okay. And did you talk to your brother about that situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just a reminder, you are still on audio, so let us know if you want to go off at any time. Okay?
Yeah.
Your turn.
Yeah, it's your choice. This is a question. These are some questions we have to ask, and if you don't want us to broadcast it to the world, so to speak, that's your right. Okay. Your brother was arrested, and you had some questions about that, or you had some conversations with him about his arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were those conversations about? Were they about the police? Were they about the process? Were they about, what were those conversations about?
Why did he do what he did?
Okay. So he did something that upset you, and you had a conversation about that?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever express any opinions to you that he was being treated unfairly, either by, again, the police, the prosecutors, the judge, or anybody involved in the system?
No.
Okay. And your brother, did he have to go to court for that issue?
Yes.
And did you attend any court hearings with him?
One.
Okay. And was he ultimately convicted of that offense?
Yes.
And was that after a trial, or was that after a plea of guilty?
It was after a plea of guilty.
And do you you understand that people have a right to a trial in this country, right?
Yes.
And would you hold that against, you know, the fact that Mr. Chauvin's not coming in here and pleading guilty? Would you hold that against him?
No.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you some questions that you were asked. There was a series of statements about, they're just broad, generalized statements. And you were asked to have your opinion ranked from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And I know you don't remember it, all of these statements, but I just want to follow up on a couple of your answers and ask you to explain them. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right. You were asked the question, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you strongly disagreed with that. Why do you strongly disagree with that proposition?
Because being a black man in America, I experience racism on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. How do you feel that would affect your ability to be a juror in this case?
Not at all.
Okay. You were asked a question, the statement reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed with that, right? I mean, it's kind of the same answer, I assume?
Yes.
Because of both your personal experiences, the experiences of your friends and family members as well?
Yes.
And again, you can set all of those personal experiences aside and judge this case based only on the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. The question was raised, the Minneapolis police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting black suspects than with dealing with white suspects, and you strongly agreed with that.
Yes.
Do you have personal experience, or you have people in your family who have experienced such treatment at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department?
Well, I mean, I stayed on 3649 Elliott.
Oh, we're gonna, yeah. Sorry, we don't want your address to go out to this is on TV.
Yep, sorry. I stayed right around in the area where this incident happened. And so on numerous occasions, if someone in the area got shot or someone went to jail, I mean, you know, it was known for like the police to ride through the neighborhood when another one bites the dust. And you know, and it's like they antagonized us in the area. And you know, you can go to St. Louis Park or Plymouth, and it's none of the treatment like that with whites. So
okay, so I mean, you've witnessed this in your personal life, right?
Yeah.
You live in the area where this offense is alleged to have occurred, right?
Well, I used to live in that area.
Okay, you used to live in that area, and you can take your personal experiences, put them aside, and judge this case exclusively based on the evidence in this case.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm not trying to be glib with you, sir, or, you know, I have to take you at face value. All right. You served some time in the military, I see?
Yes.
You were with the United States Army for a couple of years?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your service. Anything about your personal military service? I mean, did you receive training in hand-to-hand combat and things of that nature while you were in the service?
Yes.
Anything about your military service that you think would somehow impact your ability to be a juror in this case?
No.
So what I mean by that, I guess, to be a little more specific, is you received some training, and you understand the Minneapolis Police Department and their training may be an issue in this case, right?
Yes.
And would you draw upon your own personal training and say, that's not how this should happen?
No, sir.
And you, again, we've talked a little bit earlier about your prior jury service, and I don't want to know the verdict. We can't ask you what the verdict was in that case. But you were a juror in a domestic case, right?
Yes.
And your, did you actually, as you said earlier, you actually deliberated in that case?
Yes.
And the jury ultimately did reach a verdict. Again, I don't want to know what the verdict was.
Yes.
All right. Did you enjoy that experience?
It was interesting.
Okay. What was interesting about your experience?
Well, how the jurors interacted and came to the conclusion that we came to.
Okay. Did you find the court process interesting and the lawyers and the arguments and that stuff too?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm almost done, I promise. I'm getting towards the end. You were asked a question about your opinions, or a series of questions about your opinions regarding the justice system in general. And the first question reads, do you believe that the jury system in this country is a fair system? Why or why not? And you wrote, it depends on your color, or it depends on your colors. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Well, I mean, like we said before, I mean, it's like, in my experience, if you're black, I mean, it's like we get the you want to take a plea deal, or we get the things where you have to go to jail. When you're white, I have white friends that do some stuff that they get like a slap on the wrist, and it's like, that's why I said it depends on your color and the justice system.
Okay. So you feel that the justice system, again, as we talked about, is discriminatory towards people of color?
Yes.
Okay. And the second question was, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And your answer was the same, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this is a good reason to fully fund the public defender's office, or, you know, make sure we have good lawyers for everybody, right?
Yes.
Again, I mean, you have these, you are entitled to your opinions, you have personal experiences. Can you just set all of those personal experiences aside?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to hold, you know, those opinions against one side or the other?
I mean, these are my opinions and how I feel about a situation. It's not whether someone's guilty or not. You know, it's like I have to see the information that's in front of me before I can just determine that. And my opinions and how I feel shouldn't be a part of that.
Okay. You were asked a question about what's called sequestration, where you may have to stay in a hotel overnight during deliberations, and you said that you do not need to stay overnight. Why?
My wife.
So, I mean, you understand that deliberations in this case, the jury, all of the jurors are going to be put in a hotel. You're not going to be able to go home.
No, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. At least for that part of the case, and possibly even during the trial itself. Would that cause a hardship for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Because of my wife.
Does your wife have a some condition or something that, or?
She has sciatica.
Okay. And so you need to be with her to take care of her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if jury service and sequestration occurred, would that be an undue hardship for you?
Just say yes.
Well, at the time, I wouldn't know. I would have to basically like discuss this more like with my wife more.
Well, I mean, we know sitting here today that if this case goes to the jury to be deliberated, you'll be staying in a hotel.
Okay.
We don't know how long that's gonna be.
Right.
It could be a day, could be 2 days, could be 3, could, however long it takes. And your wife has a medical condition, would that present an undue hardship if all of a sudden you have to be away from your wife for several days?
I mean, it wouldn't be like a hardship where like several days we could be with her. So I mean.
Okay. You were asked a question about whether you would find it difficult to evaluate graphic photographs or video, including photos or video of a person who has died, and you indicated that you were unsure about that.
Yeah, I don't like the sight of blood and stuff like that. So like that's why I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, part of the evidence in this case may include medical photographs of an autopsy. It may include other very graphic images. Would that be problematic for you?
It shouldn't be.
In the last couple of questions here, sir, the question is, do you want to serve as a juror on this case? And you wrote, not sure, and why. You answered, because of the tension in the case. Is that the same answers that you provided earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How much want to bet he talks to the judge now quietly?
May I have a moment here?
Told you. All right, let's fast forward. So see, the defendant gets to sit there. See, he writes down stuff and he's like, hey, I don't like this, I don't like that. Then they're going to tell that to the judge. So that way, hopefully, the judge will get the guy off. Because we really don't want this guy. He likes CNN. He hates the police, right? I mean, come on. And the dummy just gave his address out. I would say he gave out his address. He shouldn't be on the jury. Right? That's what I would do. So that, because we don't have any more strikes, I don't think. So that's why he's getting the judge to strike him instead of using his own strike. Does that make sense, guys? I hope it makes sense. So we got an attorney and an assistant attorney right there. That's a lot of money sitting right there. Probably his union's paying for it.
Exercise of prayer.
Let's see what the judge says. Ooh, bacon, crispy.
Right. Mr. Nelson, do you wish to exercise a prayer for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you for the time that you've taken to answer all these questions. You're very honest and open with us, and we appreciate that. You are excused from this panel, and so and you don't have to worry about other jury service because you're.
Let's make sure he didn't use up a pass.
Right.
Hopefully it's for cause.
Right. Mr. Nelson, do you wish to exercise a prayer for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you for the time that you've taken to answer.
Okay.
Let's make a record over.
My mailman must be here.
All right, Mr. Nelson, you want to make a record that you did, off the record, make a challenge for cause.
I did, Your Honor. I made a motion for cause, essentially on the basis that this juror made several remarks regarding the Minneapolis Police Department, his experiences with the Minneapolis Police Department, referring to them as murdered, that they had murdered people, that Mr. Floyd was murdered, that he made references to another one biting the dust when he lived in the area, his expressed views about the Minneapolis Police Department, and that those similar behaviors not happening in other neighboring communities. And so I felt that his bias was against the Minneapolis Police Department specifically, and that was the basis of the motion for cause. I recognize that he indicated that he could set that aside. However, in view of the entire context of his testimony as well as his questionnaire, I felt that the cause existed.
Mr. Swisher.
He also said his address.
Just
Just say that he said his
strongly
address.
opposed a strike for cause, and I appreciate the court denying that strike. I don't believe that the prospective juror, reflecting upon his actual
Mention the
life
address,
experience,
dumbass.
reflected any bias against anyone. He was simply reflecting on reality as he sees and perceives it every single day, as he indicated. And I think it's particularly noteworthy that when he expressed any hesitation about serving on the jury, it was because of the very real prospect that he had embraced, that there could be a guilty verdict or a not guilty verdict, and understanding that that people would be affected by that either way. I think he very strongly and thoughtfully indicated that he could set aside his own personal life experiences and judge the case fairly. I'm disappointed that he was struck. I didn't see a reason to raise a Batson challenge, and I appreciate the court's ruling on the clause.
Yeah, and I can address the latter issue. There was not a Batson challenge made, and I think appropriately withheld because there was a substantial basis for the defense to exercise a peremptory, that being a strong negative view of Minneapolis Police Department in contrast to suburban police departments, which was interesting. It was not just a global, and so Minneapolis being the department that Mr. Chauvin was a member of at some point, his opinions about this is another black man murdered, certainly an honest opinion, widely held by many people, and that by itself would not justify.
Probably held by the damn judge then.
What I am relying on is in listening to this juror was when he talked about the response to his jury summons and whether to sit on the jury, and he talked about how, yet this is another black man murdered. But it was interesting that he said he could be fair and impartial, and what he would get out of it is he would have the ability to tell people why, because this time he gets to be in the room, which is, I have certain strong opinions, I can put them aside, and if he had said, I'm going to use those opinions, or even inferred it, my inference from what he said was, I can put it aside, and if it is not guilty, I can reach that verdict because I feel comfortable telling people why it happened.
He's lying.
And he recognized that on other verdicts that he might have these strong opinions, he wasn't in the room. So he doesn't know why they decided that way, and thus saw this as maybe a chance to tell people why a certain verdict, which would put him right in the middle as far as fair and impartial. I think he was being very introspective about it, that holding these beliefs, but also that these strong beliefs
mention the address,
give, including a very negative opinion of the defendant, could give him a basis, or give the defense a basis for an appropriate challenge,
Jackie, will you let Donnie
but
in
not
here?
for cause. So, cause challenge is denied. We'll add that as a peremptory.
That's
it
bullshit.
Is 5 to 12. Where
mention the address. The dude told us freaking address.
Well, not a whole lot of court time. We have off the record.
That's bullshit, guys.
Scrambling to talk about
liberal judge
issues.
sometimes is bad right now.
I'll leave it to you. Want to try one more? We'll only get halfway through probably, or would you prefer to wait? If we wait, I'll probably just kick loose the afternoon people so we don't have to do and let them come back tomorrow morning.
We're prepared to go whatever the court decides.
Actually, the more important person. I've been making the court reporter go more than an hour and a half at this point, so I'm going to rethink even asking the lawyers. I'm going to get a break because I don't want
Donnie, shut up.
The physical taxing of our court reporter.
Jackie,
She's a precious resource. We want to be kind.
Get up, let Donnie in.
So let's circle back at 1:15. Hopefully, if
oh, he listens to Jen
we can start at
Psaki.
1:15.
Get under the bed, then.
I think we're
Jackie,
how many
get
we
under
four
the
left?
desk. Panda move. Or should
Right.
move.
Conference regarding the
There you go, handsome. That's my big boy.
There's a juror that we discussed that we were going to have that chambers conference regarding.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
And I think that before we come necessarily afternoon people, if that person is going to be coming in or not.
Understood. Let's do that. Let's hold off on everybody. We will recess for now on the record, go into chambers and figure out how we're going to deal with the next group. Okay? Thank you.
Alright, we're going to break, but guess what? We got this lucky tool here that we started way late, and we can fast forward to when they come back. Donnie, will you please stop, Bubba? Donnie and Jackie are not getting along as well as I thought they would. So what Jackie does is he'll sit in front of the walkway so Donnie can't come in, and Donnie's barking because he wants to come in. What's up, Hemi Ram? Wilzo. Oh, that breakfast was good, Johnny Yuma. I love it. I did it the first day, but it's growing on me.
Hold on. Let the media get back in place. All right. Hey, we're on the record. Come on up. Have a seat right there. Couple things before I turn questioning over the attorneys. First of all, there's plexiglass in front of you and between us, plexiglass in front of the attorneys. I'll continue to wear my mask, but just as the bottom line being, you can choose if you wish to take your mask off, either for comfort or...
Fast forward this stuff.
Do you swear? On a questionnaire, and it was a couple months ago, so in the meantime you might have reflected on answers and thought of new information, or that maybe something was inaccurate, or maybe even your opinions have evolved since then. The bottom line being that you can give different answers on a questionnaire. It's very common, in fact probably more common than not. So feel free to do so because we understand the dynamic of that process. As you sit here right now, is there any change or addition you can think of?
Yes, there's one.
Okay.
I don't have a Twitter account and I'm not on Facebook much, but when looking back at my responses, I did add a Facebook post.
Okay.
Concerns the case. So if I can read it.
Sure, well, let's do that.
And I've changed a few things for anonymity.
That is very appropriate.
May 27th, 2020. Titles Justice for George Floyd. He died XXX miles from my house. I can hear the helicopters hovering over the protests at the 3rd Precinct. This is not 1930. This is not 1960. I hope we have finally reached a point when all police officers and elected officials are held accountable for their actions and inactions.
He's gone.
The protests tonight will be ugly. Tear gas has been used, GAP munitions have been authorized, target has been looted. I hope we can get through tonight without another death.
Okay.
In addition to that, the next morning I wrote...
just a kind of a heads up for you.
Yes.
If people are taking this down and a search on that, they might be able to find out who you are.
Okay.
So can you paraphrase it for us?
Basically, I said last night I went to bed, I wasn't afraid because I'm white and the National Guard or the police would protect me. I feel comfortable in that, but I know that there are people of color who do not feel protected by the police. I said, basically, if I can go to bed not fearing a riot a number of blocks away from my house, you should be able to thank the police.
Okay.
But you should also focus on injustice.
All right. So essentially, if I can, I don't want to read too much in it. The lawyers will probably have you talk about that a little more.
Sure.
This was written at the time when this was a very emotional time. The wounds were raw, so to speak, as far as within the community. And you've kind of got two different observations there. What do you think? As time has passed, do you think you could be an impartial juror and move past the emotion and the opinion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can be objective.
Yes.
Okay. And the important thing is, when we ask you what do you know in the questionnaire and what you volunteered for, posts that are out there, is it's all right to have opinions. It's all right to form opinions based on what you saw and heard. The question is, can you put them aside? And sometimes the passage of time is enough for some people to do that. It's not as raw as it was at the time. Some people will say it's still a very emotional subject for me, and I cannot put it aside, and I cannot be impartial. Where do you fall in there?
I believe I'm a very centered person.
Okay.
Overall. I believe that I could put aside those criteria. I see this as a job interview for a job I do not want.
It's so funny because that's how I've referred to it for many people when they ask me, what is jury selection like? And I said, well, it's a job interview for a job most people don't want. Some people do want it, but I think that's a good way of putting it.
Yes. I'm trying not to say something that would obviously get me kicked off, and I'm not trying to get on the jury.
Okay. Well, do you feel kind of like the blank slate then? You don't have strong feelings to get on or off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I feel a duty to, do my civic right.
Okay.
Or civic responsibility.
Excellent. The other part of that is, though, and we appreciate people who are willing to take on the civic duty of being a juror and not going to YouTube trying to figure out ways to get off or something like that. Usually we can spot that and don't enable it. But I appreciate that you are devoted to your civic duty. However, at the same time, your civic duty requires that all your answers truly be from not just the head but the heart, that you tell us whether you can be fair and impartial and that type of thing. It's not a failure as a juror if you say I can't, if that is the case. It is a failure if you say I can't if it's just to get off jury duty. So, and you haven't said anything like that, so you kind of get where I'm coming from?
Yes.
All right. So with that, have you read any, or more likely exposed to, any other news about this case since you filled out the questionnaire until today?
Yeah, there's a few things that have popped up on the ticker.
Right.
That I haven't been watching news, but things have come up that I've seen outside of news that.
Yeah, given the fact that we believe that the news is saturated with stories about this case, we understand when jurors get exposed to it inadvertently. And so what we want to know is, what have you specifically been exposed to? What information have you learned? Whether it was accurate or inaccurate is another question, but more importantly, what have you been exposed to specifically that you can recall?
There were questions that affected the sentencing on whether or not a third-degree murder charge could be brought upon. And I didn't follow that.
Okay.
I didn't pursue it, but I know that was an issue.
Okay.
And I did see that Minneapolis City did come to an agreement with George Floyd family.
Okay. And did you see any amounts or anything like that?
Yes, I did. $27 million.
Okay, let's talk about that specifically for a moment. Before, when you were coming in, before that settlement occurred, did you feel considering the passage of time and everything else, that you could be a fair and impartial juror?
Yes.
Did that news about the settlement push you off of the impartial dial, so to speak?
No.
Okay. How do you think it affected you, or what was kind of your reaction to it vis-a-vis the criminal case?
So, I guess the way the city has handled some of the aspects I don't necessarily agree with. And it didn't surprise me that the city settled on this case.
Right. Would you agree with me that that's a civil lawsuit, different laws, different legal issues, different parties? None of the parties are here.
Yes.
So what would happen, for example, if a juror who was also aware of that in the jury room said, hey, you know, we should also remember that there was this settlement and how that affected? Well, what do you think you'd say to that juror?
Well, I'm sure the court through the process would bring that up, as the defense would probably give direction to say that those are two separate matters. But I would rely on the court and the proceedings to direct the jurors on what they can focus and what they can't focus on.
And let's assume nothing about that settlement comes into evidence. You're to decide this case only on the evidence of the law. So obviously not a proper topic to be brought up in the jury room, but somebody might. I mean, kind of can't unring the bell, so to speak, but what would you say to that juror if they tried to bring it up?
I would say it's not pertinent to the case.
Okay, excellent. Do you think you can decide this case just on what you hear in the courtroom, put aside everything else?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were given a long list of witnesses. Did you recognize anyone on that witness list?
No, I did not.
All right. We anticipate the trial will be 4 weeks long, starting on March 29th. Can you make that time frame work as a juror?
It's a difficult question.
Yeah.
Can I make that work?
Yeah, and
it's
I say
definitely
I would,
inconvenient, but this isn't something about convenience, right? It is. It would be difficult work-wise.
Okay, tell me about that.
I'm a department manager. I'm a licensed professional. I'm the only licensed professional of that category at my office.
Okay.
So for me to be gone for a month plus whatever jury deliberations take would have an impact on work.
Okay. Would it be mostly an impact on you financially, or just the burden being shifted to coworkers, or occasionally you having to do an hour or two of work at night or something like that?
Oh, I would be doing work at night if allowed.
Okay.
That's not, it's not a question.
Okay.
So no, it wouldn't be the financial. It would be the, well, just the physical and mental toll of being on a jury for all day and then trying to get work done at night.
Do you think it would be an overly burdensome proposition, or?
Potentially.
Okay. I'll give you a personal example. Obviously, there are a lot of things that I have very supportive staff who can do a lot, but ultimately signing off on orders and making the final decision always has to come from me. So even when I'm on vacation, emergency things they have to find me and do, and I can pretty much take care of it and still be in a vacation frame of mind.
Great.
Do you think you could do that with your work and kind of pigeonhole that and do only what you have to do, and so we aren't falling asleep in the middle of...
I wouldn't be falling asleep.
Okay.
With my profession, due to COVID, they have changed some of the licensure criteria.
Okay.
So quite a bit of what we used to have to do physically in person can happen online.
Okay.
And it can be submitted electronically.
All right.
So that eases the actual in-person aspect of my job.
Okay. I'm going to leave it go for now and turn over the attorneys. Any questions for me before I turn it over to Mr. Nelson?
No, I think there'll be some follow-up questions later if.
Okay.
We'll see where it goes.
I'm sure there will be follow-up. All right, with regard to juror number 78, are you on a sidebar? Okay. We're just going to talk privately for a second.
Oh, sorry, let me fast forward. Was in the bathroom. I gotta tell you what, I love my bidet. If you don't have a bidet with the blow dryer and a heated seat, you don't know what you're missing.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Doing well, and you?
I'm well, thanks. Thank you for your patience and for being here today. I know these things sometimes take a little bit longer. What I normally do is I kind of ask some general questions and follow up on some questionnaire issues, but I want to make sure that I understand a couple of things before we waste anyone's time or see how much further we need to go.
Sure.
Your work, you indicated that you're the only licensed professional who does what you do in your office.
Correct.
And because you maintain that licensure, you have to sign off or approve things, or somehow your license is implicated, right?
Correct.
Or utilized perhaps by the other workers in your office.
Yes.
Okay. If you were on this jury, would that, and you were not available from 9 in the morning until 5 at night, would your business be able to continue?
Business would be able to continue, but there would be implications.
Okay. What would those implications be? Would they be projects get delayed? Would they be loss of revenue? What would the implications be?
Projects being delayed, hopefully not loss of revenue, hopefully not loss of clients. I work in a profession specifically where we pride ourselves on not chasing projects, chase clients. So we have a lot of repeat clients that we do work for. And they return to us because we perform.
Sure.
We perform well. So we want to maintain that performance for those clients.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to come a little closer to the microphone, and partially my ears are pretty bad. The possibility exists that, well, I should say we know for sure that at least for the process of deliberations, the jury would be sequestered, meaning in a hotel. And we don't know how long that could be. It could be a day, it could be 2, it could be a week. We have no idea. And there's the possibility that during the course of the trial, the jurors could be sequestered. How would that affect your ability to perform your job?
Sequestered, having no contact with the outside and not being able to continue my work would have a direct bearing on my firm.
Okay. And, I mean, even if it were just for a couple of days, how would that present an undue hardship?
No, it would not.
Okay. But if it were longer than that, it could or would?
It could.
Okay. I know that you referenced a lot of these concerns in your questionnaire, and that was part of why you're weren't really sure if you wanted to be a part of it. Let me ask you this: would you be able to personally, pay your bills, pay your mortgage, and all of that?
Yes.
Okay. So the concern is really more professional in its nature.
Correct.
Okay. And then one other question that I had is, you at the top when you were being questioned by the judge, you must have gone back and looked at your social media posts about this case.
Yes, I did.
And you read us or paraphrased us a couple of your social media posts pertaining to this case. Why did you go back and look at your social media about this case?
Because it dawned on me that I had made statements that are out there, and I did not disclose them, and that, in all honesty, I should disclose anything that's publicly out there that I've made statements that towards this case.
Okay. I only ask because, I mean, like, did anyone tell you, hey, these lawyers are going to look at your social media, anything of that nature? Okay. And were you made aware of any other jurors who had their social media, or potential jurors who had their social media accounts referenced?
No.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so I'm going to shift back now into how I would I just wanted to make sure that we could clear those couple issues up before we go into our normal routine.
All right.
So, first series of questions I'm going to ask you really is kind of just to get to know you and your thought process a little bit different, or a little bit better, I should say. And then I'm going to follow up with some of your opinions or questions and answers on the questionnaire. All right? So let's assume you and I were to meet in a much different circumstance. We're at a party or a professional event, and we strike up a conversation. What are a couple of things that I'm going to learn about you during that conversation?
Well, typically if I meet you at the party, we already have something in common. I try to figure out what we have in common to talk about. But since I don't know you, total stranger, I would discuss either my profession or the fact that I'm not a native Minnesotan, but I moved here many years ago and really enjoy it. I like the outdoors. I'm active in several other things that I've listed in my summary there. People that I would normally interact with would be either people from church, friends of the family, coworkers, or through, connections through my children.
Okay, great, thank you. Before you came, or before you received this packet of information for this questionnaire, you had heard about the events involving Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd, correct?
Yes.
And when you received notice that you were a prospective juror in this particular case, what was your sort of initial reaction to that?
Are you effing kidding me? I was actually on a conference call when my wife handed me the packet, and it was a hot mic moment.
Wow.
And I had to step away to gather myself and then get back on the call.
So it upset you?
No, it was shock.
Shock.
Shock. I've never been on jury duty before in my life. And this is my...
It's kind of jumping into the deep end of the ocean, huh?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Did you have concerns about your personal safety, your family's safety, COVID-19, any or all of the above?
Not so much COVID. We've gotten to the point, I think people are handling that fairly well. Personal safety, anonymity, yes, I have those concerns.
And what were those concerns?
Because this is such a high-profile case, no matter what the jury decision is, there will be groups that are upset. And through actions from May, through actions in January, it's hard to predict people's response to stuff like that. It doesn't take much for things to turn violent.
Okay. Do you think a particular verdict would invoke a bigger response one way or the other?
Yes.
Would you register a vote that would be influenced by that?
No.
When you came to the government center this morning and you saw all the preparations and fortifications and things of that nature, did it make you feel more or less comfortable as it pertains to your personal safety?
More comfortable.
Okay. Obviously, within the context of being here in the government center, you feel comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. And when the court told you this morning that we're doing everything we can to protect her anonymity. How did that make you feel?
Indifferent. I mean, I assumed that you would try to protect her anonymity, so I didn't further register.
Sure. And you understand, however, that at some point, we don't know when or under what circumstances, but if you were to be a juror on this case, your identification would at some point become public.
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
Not well. In fact, I think on the first thing I marked up on my questionnaire was that juror's identity is kept confidential until after the trial. Whoa. What happens after the trial?
Right.
Yeah.
And so do you think that that would be a consideration of yours as you were deliberating in this case? Would you be concerned about when is my name going to be made public? And
yes, I would.
okay. Can you set it aside and judge the case on the evidence, or do you think that that would impact you?
I don't think it would impact me, but I'm not in the moment.
Okay, sure. Would it influence you to a particular verdict? Would it
No.
would it sway you towards one verdict or the other?
No.
No. Bottom line being is that can you foresee a circumstance wherein you would find Mr. Chauvin not guilty?
Yes.
So in your personal or professional life, can you think of a situation where you were called upon to resolve a conflict between two people?
Every day.
Okay. How do you approach the concept of conflict resolution?
Question. Mostly the conflicts that I see have to do with interpretations of code. So I take a pragmatic approach, try to walk through the issues, walk through the letter of the law for code, and present the argument.
Okay. Now, is there a difference when you're a part of the conflict or directly involved in the conflict versus or being called in to two other people's conflict?
No.
Okay. Do you think that that's how you would approach the analysis of the evidence in this case?
Yes.
So you have some experience reviewing statutes or city codes or county codes or state codes and trying to make sense of them, right?
Yes.
You understand, I'm going to skip ahead here in a second, if you were a juror on this case, the judge is going to tell you what the law is.
Yes.
Would you be able to apply that law even if you thought he was wrong or that it should be changed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, kind of going back to the conflict question, I think there's two layers or perhaps multiple layers of conflict involved in any litigation, right? There's obviously a very big conflict between the state of Minnesota and Mr. Chauvin. That's what you're ultimately being called upon to decide. It's one level. And then there may be conflict of testimony between two witnesses. And then there may be conflict amongst jurors in the jury room, right? How do you see those layers as being different, and how would you approach them differently if they are, or maybe they're not different?
Well, I would see that the conflict between Mr. Chauvin and the state of Minnesota should be championed by you lawyers, right? Conflict between jurors is a more delicate matter. I mean, if we are sequestered and we're 12 people plus whoever is there for additional jurors or backup jurors, you know, you lock up 12 people for however long it takes, and you need to come to a conclusion. Diplomacy is going to have to prevail, or no decision can be reached. So how do you do that? I mean, there's a lot of soft skills of people management that you go through. There's also standard, go by the facts, go what we heard. Now, in the jury, the jury prep video that we saw, we can take notes, but it said basically you can take notes, but then you're also relying on your memory. On a trial that lasts a month, I would hope that a lot of people take notes because people's memories over a month long jury. So that I can see that being a concern.
Okay.
Plus, you have different opinions and different ways people see things differently. So you could have someone say something and two jurors take it a different way.
I kind of like this guy.
So to resolve that comes down to people skills and negotiation.
Okay. So, I mean, ultimately, right, I mean, I'll put it in its most basic, or what I perceive it to be the most basic level, which is there's a single piece of evidence, right? And it's this, in your opinion, is the crucial, critical, most telling piece of evidence, right? And there's some other group of people that are going, juror number 78, you're crazy. That means nothing. It's irrelevant, right? Don't pay attention to that. But you think it's important, right? What do you do in that situation? I mean, all diplomacy is, it's 3 days in, right?
I'm fairly stubborn.
Okay.
So I think I would stick to my guns.
Okay.
Still present it as what I believe to be critical. At a certain point, though, if 11 other jurors don't see it that way, or are adamant that it isn't as important, I think I would try to work through from their standpoint, why don't they think it's that important? What do they see as more important? Are they seeing another aspect of this case that I'm not? Are they not just seeing any aspects of the case? Are they,
If I was Beavis and Butthead, I'd be like, he said ass.
big enough pool of people to pull jurors from? I hope to get some good ones.
Fair enough. So let me ask you again in this question, in terms of your professional life or your personal life, have you ever been 100% certain, only later to learn that you were wrong?
Yes.
Like perhaps you read a code, you're convinced, you do something specific in your interpretation, and later someone comes along and says, nope, you're wrong.
Yes.
Has that happened to you?
Yes, it has.
Okay. How do you deal with that?
Well, two instances that I can think of. The point for reconciliation or was already gone. That structure was up.
Okay.
So then you store that as learned knowledge and move on. At that point, you can't change it.
Okay. Do you try to learn from that and apply it in the future, or do you just kind of blow it off?
Oh no, you take that as learned knowledge and apply it to the next applicable situation.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, I'm going to just follow up with some questions. Thank you very much for your answers on those. Let me just ask you a few questions about your questionnaire.
Okay.
All right. I noticed that, like, the first question, it appears like you typed in an answer and then wrote in the rest.
Yep.
Had you, like, scanned it in thinking you were going to answer? Or
no, I did that the other way. Oh. I started handwriting and then realized I should just type this out.
All right, gotcha. I want to ask you, I think it is one of those things that needs to be clarified before we kind of go back and ask some specifics, is there's reference in the questionnaire to a video that you indicated you had seen 6 or more times.
Yes.
Can you just generally describe what was the video? Was it who took, not by name necessarily, but was it a bystander? Was it body cameras? Was it security cameras?
It was bystander video of the incident. Had not seen body cam footage or I don't remember if there was surveillance footage cut into the bystander for the full-length video. I've seen the full-length video once or twice.
Okay.
But I've seen cuts and pieces many times.
Okay. So I was going to ask you this. As far as this bystander video, this is the video that kind of went viral, became the news story, and then obviously in the couple of minute news stories, there may be segments that were shown, right?
Yes.
So you've seen those segments many, many times.
Yes.
But you also went and watched, or either through social media or through the internet, you watched a full-length, much longer version, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you think you watched that twice?
The full-length video, 2-3 times.
2-3 times, okay. And then seen the clips many other times on the news?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of the first question that's asked in the questionnaire, basically just asks you to write what you remember, what happened, those types of things. And you had some specific recollections about the length of time, right?
Yes.
You had some specific recollections about which officers arrived at which time, who was first, who was second, who was third, who was fourth, etc.
Yes.
And then beyond that, you had some recollections about some other news that maybe Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd had worked together previously.
Yes.
You had some information about potential complaints or letters of discipline that had been issued.
Yes.
And then obviously you referenced what happened in the aftermath of Mr. Floyd's death, right?
Yes.
And you live relatively close to the 3rd Precinct area, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, I think perhaps where your social, maybe you don't remember, but you do remember, because you wrote on May 29th, officers involved were arrested, and on May 30th, the governor called out the National Guard to quell the riots. Like, were those corresponding to your social media posts?
I don't remember.
Okay. So maybe you did or didn't look at it before you filled it up. I don't know, I'm not. But ultimately, I mean, based on what you see, what you lived, what you observed, you formed some opinions, both as to Mr. Floyd and Mr. Chauvin, right?
Yes.
Okay. And both of those opinions you labeled as somewhat negative.
Yes.
Okay. With respect to Mr. Chauvin, you wrote, as a police officer, you are to protect and serve. This action was neither. Correct. It's a pretty conclusive statement, right?
Yes.
Would you agree you haven't seen everything in this case?
Yes.
Do you think that impacts your opinion?
The fact that I haven't seen all the evidence in the case, of course.
Right. Do you think that your opinion was perhaps influenced by what you saw in the media or what you lived as you lived in the 3rd Precinct?
Well, sure, that's the only experience I have of that is through living in that area and through media. That's the only experience I've had for the case. So that is how I've lived it and perceived it, yes.
Right. And likewise, with respect to Mr. Floyd, you wrote, it is reported that George was intoxicated and using counterfeit bills. These are not, and you wrote in quotes, good character or honorable actions, but these are not actions that should bring about your death.
Correct.
Okay. In your opinion, have you formed an opinion as to what or who is responsible for Mr. Floyd's death?
I guess at my core, I do have issues with a police officer arriving on scene when a person is already handcuffed. There being a police action resulting in a person dying. Yes.
Okay. So, have you formed a specific opinion that Mr. Chauvin is responsible for the death of George Floyd?
Responsible?
Or caused his death?
Caused his death, yes.
Can you set that opinion aside honestly, listen to the evidence in this case, and decide the case based on the evidence as opposed to your opinion?
Yes.
You were asked a question whether you had talked to your friends, family, coworkers, or discussed it online or on social media. You've shared with us, and I appreciate your social media posts, but you ultimately said you had talked to your friends and family member, and you wrote, "George Floyd did not deserve to die. There are many, many ways this could and should have been handled differently."
Yes.
Again, you are entitled to, and I've told many jurors this, right? You are entitled to your opinions. You are entitled to them as much as I am entitled to mine, right? Have you formed, however, an opinion that what you observed was contrary to what you understand to be proper police procedure?
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. Have you formed an opinion that Officer Chauvin and or the others violated some police procedure and that's what caused Mr. Floyd's death?
From the information that I had at the time, yes, I believe that there was improper police procedure.
Okay. And again, I've said this to many too. I don't know what's in your heart. I don't know what's in your head. I have to take your words at face value.
Sure.
You can appreciate that, right?
Yes.
And you understand why we would be so desirous of having an impartial juror.
It's critical to what we do.
It's critical to both sides, right?
Right. It's critical to the whole system.
And our law presumes Mr. Chauvin innocent.
Yes.
And you have an opinion that Mr. Chauvin caused George Floyd's death.
Yes.
You understand that as a defendant in this country, we don't have to, Mr. Chauvin does not have to introduce a piece of evidence. He does not have to ask a question. He does not have to testify, right?
Yes.
And you as a juror are supposed to start at kind of ground zero. Mm-hmm. That being Mr. Chauvin is presumed innocent.
Yes.
Right? I shouldn't have to persuade you to get past your opinion to get back to that presumption of innocence. That's where you need to start. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Can you do that? Can you start there?
I would like to think I could, but that's a really difficult question. And I know that's the meat of why we're here, right?
Absolutely, that's the meat of why we're here. And I don't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Yeah. You finish your thought.
Yeah, no, it's, I don't know if I could. From a starting point, yes.
You can't presume him innocent.
It would be difficult for me, from what I have seen, to erase everything and start from a starting point of thinking of him as purely innocent.
Well, lots of jurors come in and say they can try, right?
Right.
Will you be able to do it? And you know yourself.
Like I said, I'm a very stubborn person. And I typically don't waffle much. I'm confident in what I think and what I believe. So it would be very difficult for me to start at ground zero from presuming pure innocence. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, would the court like to inquire further?
Yeah, sir, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. How many times did you watch the whole video?
2 or 3.
Okay, and just when it came on the news, or did you actually seek out a copy to?
I sought out a copy to watch it.
Okay. And so you probably saw bits and pieces, but also the full versions, how many times total?
The full version 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
And bits and pieces many times.
And it appears, people come in, we do say you have to put aside your opinions, but people come in and it's rarely a case of intelligence or anything, other factors. It's just maybe how they've been exposed to so much that it entrenches their opinions so much that they can't presume the defendant innocent. Do you think you fall into that category?
I think I do.
The alternative is, I did see a lot, but you know what? I can put it all aside. Absolutely, I can tell you. Not just that I'll try, but I know I can. Which way do you fall? And like I say, it's not a matter of personality, defect, or intelligence. It's just, it is what it is. And maybe if someone has seen too much that they can't put it aside, we understand. But we also understand we can say, I can put it aside.
Yeah, I think it would be very difficult to put all of that aside and start at ground zero as presumed innocent. I think that through the course of the trial,
yeah, you can't hear
looking
diaper
at
at
the
all.
evidence, I think I would always start out with a bias.
Okay. I really appreciate your candor and your honesty on this. I'm going to release you from the panel. We appreciate you taking all the time for the questionnaire and to be here today. You can go to the deputy, they'll take some paperwork from you, and you're released from jury service, so don't worry about being put on another case.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Where are you in? That was my fault. I forgot to give you the idea or some of the instructions here.
Okay.
We have plexiglass at one of the back case, and if you feel like you need to put it on again, it's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I can hear me. I can hear myself.
All right. Everything on your questionnaire is true. Is that right?
Yes, it's true.
All right. Are there any changes or additions that you can think of right now for that questionnaire?
Not right now.
All right, because we recognize that you filled this out a couple of months ago.
All right.
And in the intervening months, maybe on reflection, you remembered some new facts, or you realized something you put in there was not accurate, or your opinions evolved even. And right now, it doesn't sound like you have anything to volunteer about that.
No, nothing to volunteer right now.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make is that you should feel comfortable saying something that is different from what's in the questionnaire. Okay, just with the passage of time, don't worry about it being different. It happens very often.
Okay.
And so I want you to feel comfortable doing that.
All right.
And it's going to come up actually more when the attorneys ask you questions, because they tend to focus on certain questions. In fact, they will often read the question and your answer kind of to reflect or to refresh your memory as to what you actually said.
Okay.
It's not out of disrespect, it's more just to refresh your memory, because it's been a while.
Okay.
Okay, part of that questionnaire provided that you were not supposed to read any news articles and you're to avoid media. But we also, again, understand it's been several months. Has any information about this case or related cases, like related civil cases or pretrial matters or the attorney's parties, anything that you inadvertently were exposed to that gave you more information about the case?
No, I don't think so, no.
All right. For example, there's been media coverage about the trial itself lately, and about actually extensive media coverage about a related case. Anything about that you recall seeing just within the last couple of weeks, maybe?
What I can say, I hear about a settlement of 27 million.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the really only thing that I'm aware of as a change, or as something new to the case.
Okay. And that was a civil case, as far as you know, or did you read much of the details?
No, I don't know what it was about, like civil or criminal, I don't know.
Okay. Since it's not related to this case, or not part of this case, can you put aside anything you heard about or saw in regards to that?
No.
Okay. You can put it aside or cannot put it aside?
I'll put it aside, you know,
Okay.
it will not like influence my judgment, I think no.
Okay. Well, right now, let me ask this basic question. Do you feel, when you filled out the questionnaire,
yes,
that you could be a fair and impartial juror in this case involving Mr. Chauvin?
Yes, I did.
When you heard about this civil settlement, which again is not really relevant to this case, it's different stuff, did that move you in any way in a direction of being partial to one side or the other?
No.
Do you think it had any effect on you?
I've still the same, no, it does not affect me.
Okay, great. Any other details of any other news in the last few weeks or months that you can recall that related to this case in some way, even indirectly?
No.
Okay, great. Now for an easier question. Did you recognize any witnesses on the witness list?
No, nobody.
All right, and the trial is going to be about, we figure, about 4 weeks. As you've already seen, we have some delays sometimes, so we can't be for certain. Could you make the 4 weeks on jury duty work?
Yes, if I'm chosen, yes, I can do that.
Okay, your personal, professional life, you could make it work?
Yes, my job actually pay for jury duty, so
okay,
they will let me go.
So there's no financial hardship?
No.
Okay, excellent. Bottom line, can you put aside anything you've seen or heard outside the courtroom and decide this case just on the facts, the evidence you hear in the courtroom, and the law that I give you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson. With regard to juror number 79, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
I actually like immigrants, especially this guy, because they tend to go with the just follow the law. They love
Good
the
afternoon,
law.
sir. How are you
They're
today?
happy to be in this country.
How about you?
I'm good, thank you.
So I like
Thank you
the
for your
fact-
patience here this morning. I know it's gotten to be a long day. Sometimes these things get delayed a little bit, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna just grab my water. Hold on.
All right.
All right, so what I'd like to do, sir, is ask you kind of a series of general questions and then ask you some follow-up questions on some of the answers you provided on the questionnaire. Would that be okay with you?
Okay, it's okay.
All right. So let's assume that you and I met in a different circumstance, a party, a social event, at a store. We just strike up a conversation, whatever it is. What are a couple of things that I'm going to learn about you in that conversation?
I think I'll be honest with you, and then, I mean, I don't know you, but I will not trust you right away. So those two things, I'll be honest, but I will not trust you.
Okay. Are you a little suspicious of me right now?
Not really.
Not really. Fair enough. When you had heard about the incident involving Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd prior to learning you were a potential juror, is that fair to say?
Right.
When you learned that you were a potential juror on this case, what was your first reaction?
I was surprised. Actually, my wife is the one that opened the envelope and showed me.
Okay.
So we were both surprised that I was chosen. So, yeah, it was just a surprise to me, nothing else.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about your personal safety, your physical safety, your family safety, or COVID, or anything of that nature?
Safety-wise, I was not so concerned because it's only me. The letter said don't tell anybody. So security-wise, I don't know who else knows, so I was not concerned. COVID-wise, I didn't think about COVID, so
okay.
Yeah.
When you came down to the government center this morning and you saw, all of the fences and the army and all of that stuff, how did that make you feel?
I was not expecting them. Actually, I was lost a little bit going around the building, and then when I saw the door and I asked a question, and they opened the door to me, I mean, the first person that came to me was the policeman or the army, so I was like shocked. Yeah, so that was I was not expecting to see police or the army in here.
Okay. Did it concern you or worry you?
No, I think it's for my safety at that time. So.
Okay. So it made you feel maybe a little safer?
Right.
Okay. In terms of when the judge gave the group the instructions this morning that we're trying to protect your anonymity or keep your identity away from the public at this point, how did that make you feel?
I was reassured that I'm safe. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. At some point, your name may be released publicly. Do you understand that?
Okay.
I mean, I'm just telling you. We don't know when or under what circumstances, but does that concern you at all if your name were to be known to the public?
No.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
All right. I know that you work in in a management capacity, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have people under me. Yes.
Oh, he's a manager, even better.
So let me ask you a question in terms of your professional life or even in your personal life. Can you think of a time where you were asked to resolve a dispute between two people?
Yes.
Okay. When you are asked to resolve a dispute between two people, how do you approach that responsibility?
So usually you have to listen to both sides involved in the dispute, and you have to follow the company policy.
Okay.
That's how you can, resolve the problem. So yeah, you have to bring up the company policy and still listen to the both sides, and then that's where you make a decision.
Okay. It's kind of similar to being a juror. Is you're going to hear about some disputes, and then you have to read the law, and you have to decide how to vote, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just trying to draw that analogy.
Yeah, I think so.
You understand that your role here as a juror is to essentially resolve disputes.
Yes.
There's a big dispute between the state of Minnesota and Mr. Chauvin. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And there may be disputes in the jury room between you and other jurors, or between just other jurors.
Yes.
So thinking about it in the context of being in the jury room, right? You're deliberating with these other people. How do you approach, you've got two groups of jurors, right? And somebody says X, and the other group says Y. I talk with my hands. The other group says Y. How do you resolve the dispute between those two sides?
We have to listen to each other if you are in that room, right? Which is like both sides in the room. And we will have the law, right? So we go by what the law say. I think that's the way to go. That's what I think.
Okay. Yeah. And so do you think it changes if you're in a dispute with someone else, versus being an observer of a dispute? Like if you're the person that says, this is the most important thing we need to focus on, right? Versus someone else saying that. How do you respond to that? If you think you're right and everybody else is wrong.
Still, we still have to follow the law. If the law says I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
So let me take an example. A certain piece of evidence is admitted into this trial. Right? And, I'm going to make something up. Let's say it's a blood stain, right? And you think that the blood stain is the most important piece of evidence that answers how to resolve the law. Does that make sense? That piece of evidence holds the answer so you can apply the law. But everybody else goes, no, we don't need to look at the blood stain, we need to look at the fingerprint. So you have a dispute about the evidence. and how that affects the law. So are you going to just agree with everybody else simply because you want to get it over with and make a decision? Or are you going to, fight and say, no, we really need to look at this blood stain here?
In that situation, okay, is that right?
That's
okay.
good.
Yeah, in that situation, I think we can ask for advice, right? Are we allowed to ask for advice? Because when I'm comparing with, like, the first case you talked about, right? The first example you gave me, when the policy is not clear or when we cannot resolve it, we go to the upper management. We can be the HR or the manager. So we can ask questions from there, and then they will let you know, yeah, this is what you can do.
Right.
So
I really like this
question
guy.
will be, if you can ask question, then we'll ask more question.
Okay. Well, let's assume you can't.
Mr. Nelson, let me clarify something.
Sure.
As I told you when you first came in, you are the sole judges of the facts. I'm the judge of the law, and so I can clarify the law, but I cannot suggest how you should decide facts. Does that give you a better idea on the division of labor here?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry.
All right.
I was just going to say, let's assume you can't ask questions, right? You and 11 other people have to decide, do we pay attention to this or do we pay attention to that? Right? So, my question is, are you going to just agree with everybody because you just want to get it over with?
George Floyd's ghost is in the
If I
courtroom.
think I'm right and I'm following the right thing, then I'll stand for that. I'm not going to go with what they say.
Sorry, someone's hammering upstairs, it sounds like. Okay, you're not, can you repeat that, sir?
So if I think that I'm right, then I'm not going to follow anybody else.
Okay.
If I'm thinking they are wrong, so
Sure.
I'm not going there anyway.
Are you willing to hear them out?
I will, for sure, 100%.
Would you insist that they hear you?
Yes, I'll try to convince them that I'm right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, what if the judge gives you a list of the law? That's what will happen, is he'll tell you, here's the law that you have to apply in this case. Because he decides what the law is, you decide what the facts are.
Correct.
Now, what if you think the judge is wrong, or you think the law should be different? You look at it and you go, that can't possibly be the law. What do you do then?
I mean, that's what the judge gave me, that it's a law, so it's a law. I have to follow it.
You can follow the law regardless of whether you think it's wrong or should be changed.
Yes, I'll follow it.
Okay, great. I'm going to follow up with a few questions on your questionnaire, okay, sir?
Okay.
To try to get through this
I
as
really
quickly
like
as
this guy.
possible. I like to kind of ask a question about this video that's referenced in this questionnaire. There's questions about a video.
Yeah.
Now, there's several videos that have been made public. There's a bystander video. A person took a video on their cell phone, and that video went, viral on the internet, became a news story. There were some body cameras that were released. There were some security footage from nearby stores. Which of those videos do you remember watching?
I would say I did not watch the whole video, but there was one on Facebook. I watched part of it, not the whole thing, but yeah, I watched part of it.
So that's the bystander video, the person that was standing and watching Mr. Floyd get arrested?
I think that's the one, yeah.
Okay. And I think you said you watched it 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Did you also see little snippets or clips on like the news or TV?
Yes, it was everywhere, so yeah.
Okay. So I think we're talking about the same video. So you were asked to write down what you remember or what you had heard, and you wrote, I remember I saw in the news and on social media one of the officers kneeling on George's neck. The other officers were looking on and also trying to maintain order as people started gathering at the scene. Do you remember writing that?
Right.
Okay. And then you say, at one time they had to call the ambulance on the scene. They took George to the hospital when he died. I also remember while on the ground, George was shouting or crying that he can't breathe.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of watching on the news and or talking to your friends, that's the sum of what you had kind of heard about the case or seen, right?
Yes, I was saying.
You were asked a question that, based on what you've seen, read, or heard, had you formed an impression of the defendant, so an opinion of the defendant.
Yes.
And you wrote that you had a neutral opinion of the defendant, right?
Yeah.
And you wrote, and when asked why, you said, because so far I have not heard anything or statements from them, or him.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So one of the I guess the questions that I have for you is, under our system of law, where the judge just told you this morning, is the defendant does not have to testify.
Okay.
Mr. Chauvin does not have to introduce evidence. He does not have to ask a question of any witness. He does not have to testify. Would it be necessary for you to hear from him?
I think it will help if you can hear from him, right? But if the law says cannot, I mean, he's not obliged to say anything, then I mean, it is what it is, right?
All right, since
Yeah,
you guys
and
say
I
I'm
mean,
cheating,
could you make a decision about this case if you never heard anything from him?
Yes, I will follow the law at that time.
You were asked for your impression of Mr. Floyd as well, and you said you had a somewhat positive impression of Mr. Floyd, and you wrote, because the media talked a lot about him in a positive manner, and there have been a lot of demonstrations supporting him.
Yes.
Since you filling out this questionnaire, have you heard anything else about Mr. Floyd, or do you still retain that view of him?
I did not hear anything else apart from what I just said this morning to the judge. It's not really anything else.
And you understand Mr. Floyd's not on trial here, Mr. Chauvin is.
Yes.
So you formed an opinion that was neutral. I mean, from what you've seen and heard and talked about with your friends, can you put that all to the side and start presuming Mr. Chauvin innocent of these charges?
Yes. I never say he was guilty, you know. I just say I was neutral, so yes.
Okay. You were asked if you had talked to your friends, family members, coworkers, or discussed this case online on social media, and you wrote yes, but you also wrote, I don't like expressing my opinions to people. So did you just talk to like your wife or family members?
Yes. Like at work, people bring it up and then I just brush it out. I don't talk about it, you know. And if I say yes, at one time, it's just like with family and with my son.
Okay. So have you today formed any opinion about who or what is responsible for the death of George Floyd?
No.
Okay. You were asked about whether you believe your community had been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests, and you wrote that you live in a suburb and you personally did not see any impact in your community. You understand that after Mr. Floyd died, there were lots of protests and then there were riots. Do you think that those negatively or positively impacted the Twin Cities community as a whole?
I'm not sure. Like I say, I don't come to this area a lot, so yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you recognize there's a difference between a protest and a riot?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me what you see as the difference between a protest and a riot?
I would say a protest is when you are expressing your disagreement with a situation or anything, or even an opinion and everything, right? And then you can just talk about it, act, and demonstrate, right? That's a protest for me. And a riot will be when you start like breaking stuff, going to the store, taking stuff out, call it looting, or all those. I think at that time that was a riot.
Okay.
That would be different for me.
Right, okay. Do you see any positive changes or have any positive opinion of the protests that were, or negative, I should say, positive or negative opinion of the protests that occurred after Mr. Floyd's death?
You can protest, right, without, I mean, there are laws that guide everything. You can protest without the right thing. So I cannot say that I have a positive opinion about the negative demonstration, which is the riot. So I don't have any.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. And you would definitely, you said you were asked a question, no matter what you have heard or seen about this case, and no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide this case only on the evidence you would receive in court, follow the law, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner? And you wrote, I would definitely say yes.
Yes, it's a yes, yeah.
Okay, good. You were asked about some experiences with police contacts, and you had your home burglarized at one point?
Yes.
Okay. And you felt that the police responded and handled that situation appropriately?
Yes.
Do you know, or were you ever made aware, did they catch the person who broke into your house?
No, they never did.
Okay. Do you think that the police somehow failed you in that regard? In catching the person?
He ran away, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you harbor any resentment towards police officers because they didn't catch the person who broke into your house?
No.
Okay, fair enough. You were asked, I'm going to just ask you about a couple. There were a series of statements, and I'm showing you this, I don't know if you can see it, series of statements, and you were asked to kind of rank them from strongly agree to strongly disagree.
Yeah.
And I just have a couple of questions about some of your answers.
Okay.
You were asked, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you had no opinion about that statement.
Yeah.
Right? Why no opinion?
Can I say that's my opinion?
I suppose that's fair.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on everybody, you know. For me, like I say, I don't have any opinion because.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were asked, however, or the statement reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you somewhat agreed with that.
Okay.
Like, do you have personal experience? Do you have friends who've experienced? Do you read studies? Like, why would you have more of an opinion of that than how the media presents discrimination?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure.
I know it's a bit, I don't get the question.
The statement reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system. And you somewhat agreed with that.
Yeah.
And I'm just asking, why would you somewhat agree with that where you have no opinion as to how the media presents that issue?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right. So, I did not have any study, but like we said, the way the media presented, and when you read some stuff, you can see that sometimes they make mistake and then they correct it later, okay? So most of them tend to be black people, so that's why I would say somehow or somewhat agree with that.
Okay, fair enough. But you also indicated that police in my community make me feel safe, excuse me, and you strongly agreed with that.
Yes.
You were asked a couple of questions about your perspective on Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
You wrote that both of those you had a somewhat favorable opinion of. And with respect to Black Lives Matter, you wrote, I took this position because every life should matter and black people think their lives are not valued. Can you explain that a little bit more? Like, why do you?
I mean, every life matters, right? I say that, yeah. But again, the black people, that's what they think.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that's what it is, right? But that's what they think. That's what I'm saying. That, yeah.
And so because they feel that way, it's important, right? It's important to respect that.
Yeah, it's really important.
And even if it's right or wrong, you're saying it's, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, right?
But it's not if it's right or wrong, right? But if it's right, we have to respect that.
And again, with respect to Blue Lives Matter, do you understand that to be a reference to police officers?
Yes.
Okay. You wrote, again, every life should matter and not be disrespected. We all, at the end, have family to go back to at the end of each day, or at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think I'm nearing the end, sir. You were asked ultimately if you wanted to serve as a juror in this case, and you checked the box not sure. And then you wrote why, or when you were asked why, you wrote, if I qualify, I will serve. It is a duty I have to fulfill according to the law, right?
Yeah.
So my question for you is, why would you not be sure about whether you wanted to be a juror in this case?
Okay, this is my first time doing this, and I'm not from America originally. So that's why I say if I qualify, that's the if. I'm not sure about it. So that's what it is. It's not that I'm not sure if I can serve or if I will do it. I'm not sure if I can qualify to do it.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, I am.
Do you live in Hennepin County?
Yes, I do.
Are you over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony offense?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay, thank you.
He's in, I think. I'd vote for him. Alright, let's fast forward.
It depends. Passes for cause. Mr. Slisher.
Oh, he did? What?
Pause.
It depends. Passes for cause. Mr.
Really?
Slisher.
Wow, I would have kept him. Why would he get rid of him? Holy jeez, I liked him. But then I'm not a lawyer. Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's right, passes for cause mean they want... I think they want to keep him. Or I don't know, we'll see. I could be wrong.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
And I understand that you've lived in the general Twin Cities area for about 19, 20 years, is that right?
Yes.
Have you had any interactions with Minneapolis police?
No Minneapolis, but where I live, yes.
And that was the issue that you discussed before.
Sorry,
with
my mistake, guys.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still in.
During
My
the
bad, I
first
forgot.
part, when you were talking about what you learned about the case from the media, you wrote that you remember that while on the ground, George was shouting or crying that he can't breathe. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you have any opinion as to whether or not someone would be able to say they couldn't breathe if they actually couldn't?
No, if you cannot breathe, you can say you cannot breathe. Yeah.
So, you think someone could say that and be sincere?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated on the questionnaire that you strongly disagree with the notion of defunding the police. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you please explain why you strongly disagree with that?
For me, the police does a lot, right? I mean, like I say, when somebody broke into my house, I called the police and they came. I mean, if they were defunded, how can they come and help me?
And the police have been helpful to you. You generally trust the police.
Yeah, I would trust the police.
I notice you have a family, and one member of your family maybe getting near the age of being able to drive, right?
Yes.
Have you gone through driver's ed with this family member?
No, he's getting there, man. Not quite. By next year.
He'll be coming up on that?
Yes.
So you're going to have to teach this family member how to drive?
Yes.
When you teach your family member how to drive, you show them the rules of the road, in your neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
What will you tell your family member to do if he gets pulled over by the police?
I mean, you stop and you answer the questions. If they ask questions, you answer the question.
Would you tell your family member to take any other particular precautions?
Precaution like, I don't know. When the police stop you, I mean, you stop, right?
And that's what you would tell your family member? Okay.
Stop and then.
Some people might say that someone who doesn't cooperate with the police, if something happens to them, they have only themselves to blame. What do you think of that statement?
Cooperation is good, right? We help everybody. But if something happened, we still have to look for the fact. Yeah. If you did not cooperate and something happened, we still have to deal with the fact. What happened? What was the law say? Can we do this? Do we have not do that? So, yeah.
So it sounds like you would say that a person should cooperate with the police.
That's my opinion, yes.
But if they don't and something happens to them,
yes,
do you believe the police should still have to follow the law and the proper procedure?
Right, that's what I was saying, yes.
Do you know anyone who struggles with a drug addiction?
No.
Do you know anyone who uses illegal drugs?
No.
Or alcohol, for that matter?
No.
No. You don't use alcohol yourself?
I mean, I drink by like, not like a social drinking at home, or yeah.
Have you heard anything, or if you were to find out that someone involved in this case had been using drugs,
okay,
what would you think of that person, just as a general proposition? Would you have a positive view of them, negative view of them, or a neutral view of them?
I would say neutral. I would be neutral because, yeah.
Someone might say that if someone is taking illegal drugs and they're harmed, they have only themselves to blame for that too. What do you think of that statement?
I would disagree with that I mean, if I still disagree, meaning like you are on drug, then something happened to you, right? It's a tough one, but I think I'll be neutral and I will not blame anybody first. I mean, still we just still have to go with the fact, you know.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that you're satisfied with kind of the level of oversight that the police department has over individual officers? Do you think that there's an appropriate level of oversight?
I don't know the oversight, so I cannot say it's appropriate because I don't know how it goes. So I cannot form an opinion on something I don't really know about.
Well, can you tell me what you think an appropriate level of oversight of the police officers should be?
So when you say oversight, can you explain it a little more
Yes.
for me, please?
So, for example, police officers, they have to make decisions when they're out doing their job, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes they have to make decisions that are very fast in a changing situation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you think that it is fair then for an officer's discretion to be questioned when they're out there trying to enforce the law and making decisions in a rapidly changing situation?
Yes, that would be good if they can, I would say, yeah, take a step back and before they act, right? That would be good. But still, we still have to deal with the fact in each situation.
And do you think it's appropriate for someone who hasn't had police training to be the person in the position of, judging what the police officer did? So, for example, if you're seated as a jury, you would be evaluating whether a police officer's actions were reasonable or unreasonable under the circumstances.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's fair for you and other jurors to sit in judgment over a police officer?
I would say it's another pair of eyes and a new mind, just looking at the action. So, yeah, I mean, I hope that person should be fair and see the fact and, yeah, better. So that's what I think.
Yeah, the prosecutor's definitely going to try and get rid of him for cause, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's going to have to use a strike if he wants to get rid of him.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Let's see what he does. I think he's good for both, kind of.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have no further questions, and I'll pass for cause.
Hey, we got another juror.
All right, sir, you will be on our jury. And so what we're going to do is we're going to release you until March 29th. Go about your business. You don't have to report in. On March 29th at 9 a.m., we'll actually start the trial with all the other jurors present. And what the deputy's going to do is take some paperwork from you as you leave. Make sure that a couple things, that we have your current contact information to answer any phone calls you get. In case there's a delay and we have to change the date, we don't want you to come down here unnecessarily. There might also be some instructions regarding parking and that type of thing. So that's why we need to contact you. The other thing is, try and avoid all news media about this case. In fact, given the amount of news coverage there is, if you could avoid the news for a while, that would be great. Okay? Including what's maybe in your Facebook page, that'd be wonderful. All right, any questions for me?
No.
Okay, you can go with the deputy, and thank you again for taking the time to answer our questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Verizon approved my claim to get my iPhone 12 Pro back. So they're gonna ship me one today. It'll get here by tomorrow. Woohoo!
We're gonna break. Oh, she next? She next. I had a feeling it might be quick.
That was juror number 79.
Correct, that was juror number 79 that we just accepted. Council, any objection to going to no audio fairly quickly?
No objection. No objection.
Yeah, this is the best juror I've seen so far too, guys.
Okay, man, come on up, have a seat.
Oh yeah, we can fast forward this.
What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna swear you in because all your answers have to be under oath. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right. A couple things before we get started. You filled out a questionnaire, and there's a lot of good information on your questionnaire. I'd like to go off audio, which means
I think
court reporter
7.
will still be taking down what you have to say, and the people in the room can hear what you're saying, but it won't be broadcast outside this courtroom. Would that be okay with you?
Yes.
All right. At this point, I'm going to order that based on the rules that this is extremely sensitive matter, and thus the audio is to be cut at this time.
All right, let's fast forward to this stuff. I think 7 have been picked so far now.
Off the go back on. We can actually go back on audio just to make a record. That was juror number 83. We had a short conversation off the not off the record, but off audio based on her answers, and she confirmed that, and the court excused her for cause. I will note she was even wiping a tear as she left. So this is obviously traumatic for her. So with that, I think we're going to take a break. We've been going at it for over an hour and a half. Let's come back at 10 after.
Do we still have yours?
Yes.
Oh, I thought we were sending the applicant back home.
Nope. We still have jurors. All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's fast forward. We're catching up here. Let's see. So I'm an hour and 14 behind. Let's see if they really took a 10-minute break. There's 14 minutes. They took a 20-minute break. So we need 5 more jurors, guys. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, they gotta have backups too. Awesome, you're all set. My cell phone will be shipped. Yay! New iPhone 12 Pro coming again.
Oh.
I won't have any more shitty quality when I'm filming.
Oh, I got it.
Alright. Time to go back to listing stuff.
All right, come on in and have a seat anywhere. As if they're necessary. Well, first of all, my name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the District Court and 2020. Those who are selected are in part. First of all, thank you for filling out and returning the that you'll be asked today. Those topics will follow up on issues of you for what is called cause. We must pry the defendant, but those in the courtroom.
The prosecutor's kind of cute.
My name is Keith Ellison, and I work for the state of Minnesota.
Ooh, so is the person in the blue shirt.
Erin Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
And Mr. Nelson, if you'd introduce your client and yourself.
Good afternoon, ladies and ladies. My name is Eric Nelson, along with my colleague Amy Voss. We represent the defendant Derek Chauvin.
Know anybody else from the Minnesota Attorney General's office, including some attorneys who might be appearing in this case but are not in the courtroom today, including Assistant Attorney General Matthew Frank, Jerry Blackwell, or anybody else who works at the Minnesota Attorney General's office? Okay, no hands. Anybody who you might know from Mr. Nelson's law firm or had any dealings with his law firm? Okay. You have been given a copy of a list of potential witnesses. I would ask you to review it before you're questioned individually, because we're going to ask you if you know anyone on that list. And as kind of a final cleanup question, anybody have a relationship, personal acquaintance, or professional relationship with anybody in the courtroom here? No hands. All right. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do in jury selection is to instruct you on the law, but I do want to follow. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt.
How can you tell us
No member of
the
the defendant is presumed innocent of the charges. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant. Proof
you hear me
beyond a
filling out the
reasonable
water?
doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important possibility of doubt. This is testimony or lack of interest, manner, age, and experience in the case. Common sense. We're not to use the internet to look for information. Let's not talk. No, it would be improper to contact you except you're
Actually,
doing.
my legs were sore
You
when
may
I
tell
went to
them
go
your
get water.
proceedings to speak to them.
I just watched for him to put his mask on. Then
Now,
I know
it's your
he's-
hand sanitizer and things before I turn you over to the attorneys for some questioning. First is I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. First of all, there's plexiglass in front of you, plexiglass between us, and the lawyers also have plexiglass in front of them. My point being, if you would feel more comfortable or feel it would be necessary to speak clearly to take your mask off, you may do so. Even though I've had one vaccine shot so far, I keep this on no matter what, just to be ultra safe. But whether or not you have it on is totally up to you.
Because you're a
And
liberal.
even if at some point you take it off and you want to put it back on, feel free. In either case, mask on or mask off, I ask that you, and that's probably about perfect on being close to the mic, because we want to be able to hear you. So don't get too worried about it, because I'll move you if necessary. But I think you're going to be just fine. So with that, let me thank you first for filling out the questionnaire. It gives us a good basis to start from. And is there anything, first of all, was everything true on that questionnaire?
Yes.
Is there anything on the questionnaire that you wanted to add to or change that you can think of right off the top of your head?
I think I called out a couple work concerns. That was based on the previous timing
Okay.
of it being earlier in March. I don't have those concerns
Okay.
any longer.
So no distractions from work related?
Correct.
Any other problems with being here for 4 weeks?
No.
Other than the fact that it's 4 weeks of jury duty?
Right.
Okay. Well, important case, obviously, and it will take some time. But we want to make sure that you aren't going to be distracted by personal things or financial hardship, anything like that.
Correct.
You could make it work the 4
Yes.
weeks? All right, excellent. Now, getting back to the questionnaire, the attorneys will be asking you more specific questions, and you might realize at some point, it's been a few months, that maybe there are things you should add, or maybe something's even inaccurate. Maybe even some of your opinions have evolved. My point being, make sure you feel comfortable saying something different than what's on the questionnaire. If it's accurate, that's what we want to know more than anything else, okay?
Yes.
You weren't supposed to read any newspaper articles or see any media about this case, but we realized with the passage of a few months since the questionnaire that inadvertently you might have been exposed to some information. See a headline, see a news blurb on the TV, something like that. What, if anything, have you been exposed to in the time between the questionnaire and today?
I did see a couple headlines really about jury selection beginning.
Okay.
And then I did hear I guess you could call the headline on the recent settlement
Okay.
that was reached. I don't know the result of the settlement. All I heard was record-breaking settlement, but I don't know any of the details.
Didn't hear any numbers, or?
I didn't. I don't know what the number is.
Okay, let's kind of compare those two. I assume that just being told that jury selection has begun and that really doesn't affect your decision as a juror?
No.
Doesn't affect your partiality?
No.
When you're finished with the questionnaire, at some point you were just asked, could you be fair and impartial? And you said yes. Do you think that the news about the settlement would move you off that position?
No.
Okay, tell me about that, why you think it does or does not affect your ability to be a fair juror in this case.
I don't know the details of it,
Okay.
of what the settlement was really even about. And I believe civil suits are often settled. I don't think that declares guilt one way or another. I think people settle for many reasons.
Right, and you understand that civil suits have different laws, different legal issues to resolve, different from a criminal case. Would you accept that?
Yes.
All right, do you think it's going to bear at all in your mind? For example, if a juror were to say in the deliberation room for some reason, well, what about the settlement? What do you think you'd say to a juror who brought that up, if it was not part of the evidence?
If it wasn't part of the evidence, then it's not something that I would consider.
Okay. And that's the bottom line. You've been exposed to information about this case. Some might be accurate, some not. But the bottom line is you have to put aside anything you've heard outside this courtroom and even any opinions you may have formed. It's all right to have those opinions. That's not what we're saying. We're saying as a juror you have to focus on what is said and heard in court, to look at all the evidence from what happened in court, and to put everything else aside, including opinions. Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Did you recognize any witnesses on the witness list?
I did not.
Okay. We saved the easiest one for last. So, what I'm going to do is turn it over to the attorneys. But before that, do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, you may inquire as to Juror 85.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. I just have a few general questions to kind of go through first, and then I'm going to come back and ask you some questions about some of your responses to the questionnaire. Would that be okay?
Yep.
All right. I just want to, before I do that, I just want to follow up with your work concerns. You indicated that, I know that in your jury questionnaire, you had two kind of principal concerns about serving. One had to do with your employment, and the other had to do with your small child.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of your employment, one of your concerns was that you weren't going to be paid because you're some type of consultant, not identifying the nature of your job. Is that correct?
I personally will be. My company wouldn't be because I'm I serve clients.
Sure.
So my hourly bill rate is not going to the company, but I have had conversations around that, and it's not a concern of the partners. So.
Okay, so the company is willing to kind of let you go for a while.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but you'll still be paid, so you'll be able to pay your bills
Yes.
and things of that nature. But you do have a small child as well.
Yep.
And you'll be able to kind of make childcare arrangements, family, friends will help if need be?
Yes.
And it's possible, I guess the question is, we know for sure that during jury deliberations, the jurors would be what's called sequestered, meaning put in a hotel. We have no idea how long those deliberations will take. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right. It is technically possible that
She's
at
like,
some
that's a
point,
break from my kid.
for the trial itself, jurors could be sequestered. It could be 4 weeks, it could be 2 weeks, it could be, we have no idea, right? Depends on what happens. How do you feel about that?
It would be a challenge, more for my husband, but we'll make do what we have to do.
Okay, fair enough. And that's what we just want to make sure is there's not an undue burden on you or your family, right? Okay, so let's assume that you and I were to meet in some other circumstance, social event, professional event, and we strike up a conversation. What are a few things I learn about you during that conversation?
Probably what we've already covered. I'm a working mom and a wife, and that's probably about all.
Okay. Any special interests, hobbies, things of that nature? Or are you just busy with children?
Busy, yes. Spending a lot of time at hockey rinks in the wintertime, but yeah, just busy.
She's a hockey
with
fan.
work
I like
and
her.
Family.
Okay, great. You obviously had heard about this case before you learned you were a potential juror in this case, right?
Yes.
And so my question is, when you got this packet and were asked to fill it out and it identified that you may be a potential juror in this case, particularly, what was your initial reaction?
Oh, shit.
Pretty surprised. It was my first time being summoned, and kind of what are the odds of getting on a pretty high-profile case. So surprised, but.
All right. Any concerns for your personal safety, safety of your family, COVID-19 concerns, any of that?
I would say some concern, for when juror names are eventually released. I don't know the timing of that. That it would be something I'd have to consider. But generally, I don't have safety concerns coming down here today or immediate concerns.
Okay. What did you think of the government center when you got down here today? I mean, with military and the fencing and all of that.
It was a little unnerving after I found how to get in. It was a little surprising to see that amount of presence, but I understand why.
Okay. So when you say a little concerning, I mean, what was concerning about it?
I just meant unnerving, not concerning. Just
okay. Just kind of like takes your breath away.
Wow,
almost.
right.
Okay. When the judge told you this afternoon that we're going to do what we can to keep you confidential, or your identity confidential, how did that make you feel?
Very much appreciated in those efforts.
Okay. And do you, as you referenced, your name at some point in the future may be released. Are you okay with that?
I am. Again, I'd love to know what kind of time frame that looks like, or how, I guess, how you even go about making a determination of that timing, but, you know, it is what it is, and it's how these work, so.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I know, well, let me ask you, in your personal or professional life, have you ever been called upon to resolve a conflict between two people?
Yes, probably not in a, you know, he said, she said type of fashion, but, you know, resolving conflict can be part of my job at times.
Again, without identifying where you specifically work, but your job is in sort of the reorganization of corporations, right?
Correct.
All right. And does that mean people have to get fired or potentially laid off?
It can, yes.
Okay. And sometimes people don't like that, I'm assuming?
Correct.
And so that can be a pretty heavy burden, right? I mean,
Yes.
people's well-beings, right? So kind of, you know, your role, if you were to be selected as a juror in this case, is to kind of deal with a pretty heavy burden and resolve some conflict. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So drawing from your personal or professional experience, what tools do you bring to the table to help, you know, muddle through the evidence and resolve conflict amongst jurors?
A lot of listening, obviously, to, you know, hearing all sides and all perspectives, all opinions, asking a lot of questions to try to kind of get at the root of, you know, differentiating what an opinion is versus what fact might be, you know, ensuring that everybody, you know, is in line with what the outcome needs to be. It's probably step number one. And, you know, it's really about listening and just asking questions.
Right. Okay. Now, let's assume that the conflict is between yourself and another juror, which is different than conflict between two other people. Agreed? How do you approach that?
Oh, sure, yes.
It's a normal conversation, but a little more formal in here.
Yes.
Thank you.
So how do you approach a situation if you're involved in the conflict versus an observer or mediator of a conflict?
I guess, you know, stating again, you know, what my, the information I know, you know, explaining why I feel a certain way, using information if it's available to back that up. So, you know, trying to make things more data or evidence driven instead of emotional or opinion based. And then, you know, obviously listening to the other party, again, asking questions, and, you know, really just trying to come to a resolution. Ideally, you know, that's the ideal situation, is you agree or you agree to disagree. But understanding that, you know, in certain situations, you don't always come to that mutual, you know, agreement.
Right. So you understand that one of the rules that would apply would be a unanimous jury verdict.
Yes.
One way or another. And I guess the question becomes, for you, would you abandon your belief or your principle simply to gain consensus with the group and reach a decision? Or are you the type that's going to kind of dig in your heels and stand your ground?
That's a good question. I would probably stand my ground.
Okay. Would it depend on what the issue is?
Yes, yeah, but yes, you know, if I'm firmly believing in a situation, that's going to be my opinion.
Okay, thanks. In your personal or professional life, have you ever been called upon to determine whether someone is telling the truth about a situation?
Not in my professional life. Maybe trying to think of a situation with my child that may have come up.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think that's a good example, right? Someone calls and says your child was involved in this situation, and then you ask your child, did this happen? And your child has a completely different answer, right? How do you determine, is the person reporting the incident telling me the truth, or is my child telling me the truth?
In that situation, I again like to ask a lot of questions because I think you can uncover a lot even by asking the same question in different ways. You can get at very different answers. Again, hearing both sides independently, and then putting the puzzle pieces together really based on what you hear.
Okay. Can you think of a time that you were 100% convinced you were right about something and later learned you were wrong?
Yes.
All right. How do you respond to that? I mean, are you kind of blow it off and go, well, lesson learned, or do you take that lesson and apply it to future action?
Oh, absolutely. Take it and apply it. That's how we all learn and grow.
Sure. Now, ultimately, at the end of the case, the judge will instruct you on what the law of this case is.
Yes.
And it may be that you think the judge is wrong, or you think the law should change. Can you apply the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you disagree or think it's wrong?
Yes.
I'm going to just follow up with a few questions on your questionnaire. Again, you had some knowledge about this incident prior to being summoned as a juror, and just like everybody else who's come in, there are varying degrees of what you know, what you heard, what you talked about, right?
Yes.
So it's perfectly okay, and if you have formed opinions about this case, again, perfectly okay, all right? So I'm not going to try to trick you. I'll read the question, I'll read what you wrote if I have a question about it, and if you want, I may ask you to explain a few things, okay?
Yes.
First, though, there's some questions on the questionnaire and some reference to a video that was taken. There were several videos that have been released publicly, and I want to make sure which video you're referring to, so we're on the same page. Does that make sense?
Yes.
There was a video that was taken by a bystander. That video got uploaded to Facebook, I believe, and then from there it went viral, became a news story. That's one video. Then there were some body camera videos that were released from police officers, and then there were some security camera from local businesses that were released. Did you see one of those, all of them, or do you not remember?
I do remember seeing them. I don't know the source, so I don't know if it was bystander or security cameras. I don't know what the source was. They were the clips on the news, so
okay,
that's what I saw.
That was kind of my follow-up question, was the videos that you saw, did you see them like in the news, or did you go on to social media and look for like a longer, fuller length version, so to speak?
No, just what was shown on the news.
Okay. You were asked, I think generally we're probably talking about the same video. It appears to show Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd's arrest, right?
Yes.
You indicated that you had seen those videos 6 or more times. Is that because you saw it so frequently on the news, or because you watched it intentionally 6 or more times?
Due to the news.
Okay. Now, you were asked if you had formed a general impression of Mr. Chauvin, and you indicated that it was somewhat negative. And when asked why, you wrote, "They appeared to take little action despite the pleas of George and bystanders." So I guess the question is, what was it that caused you to have this negative, somewhat negative opinion about Mr. Chauvin?
It was really just my perception of what I saw on the news.
Right. Did you ever do any sort of investigation to kind of look what happened before, what happened after?
I did not.
And the question ultimately is that, you know, during the course of this trial, evidence will be presented. Witnesses will testify. There may be exhibits. If we're talking about a four-week trial, it's going to be a fairly sizable number, right? Can you put what you saw kind of to the side and judge this case exclusively on the evidence as it's presented in court?
Yes, believe so.
Okay. Is it a yes or I believe so?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you understand under the law, Mr. Chauvin is presumed innocent.
Yes, I do.
So you can start kind of with a clean slate, ground zero, presume him innocent.
Yes.
And will you do that?
Yes.
You were also asked about your general impression of Mr. Floyd. You wrote neutral. And when asked why, you said, I only know that George died as a result of this encounter. I do not know what his actions were prior to this taking place. Did you ever learn anything about what happened before?
I did not.
Okay. And you indicate that you knew he died as a result of this encounter. Did you form an opinion that Mr. Chauvin was responsible for Mr. Floyd's death?
No. I never heard, what a cause of death was. So ultimately I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And ultimately, much of the evidence that is admitted in this case may center around that very issue. So again, you can listen to the evidence as it presented in court and make your decision based on that, and not any opinions or information you may have learned beforehand?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked whether you or your friends, your family members, or coworkers had discussed this matter, or whether you had posted any opinion online. Do you recall?
I've not posted about it online. The only conversations I had with coworkers were really just checking in with how people were feeling, mainly after the riots were happening downtown, just checking in on people, making sure everyone was doing well.
Say, do you have friends or coworkers that live in the downtown or in the general area where the riots were taking place?
Yeah, a few coworkers. Mm-hmm.
And so were you more concerned for their physical safety, and that's what you mean by checking in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that leads into the next question. One of the questions you were asked about whether there was a negative or positive effect as a result of the protests that occurred after Mr. Floyd's death. And you wrote both. I think there are both negative and positive effects that have resulted. Can you tell me what the negative is and what the positive is?
Sure. Negative was, obviously there was a lot of damage done to businesses and probably homes, destruction and, fires and that was obviously negative. The positive things that I see that came out of it were, really giving people a voice that maybe didn't feel heard, and getting people rallied around some of the issues that they feel they face today.
Okay. And you understand ultimately this trial is not about broader social issues.
Yes.
And regardless of your opinion on those, do you feel you can be a fair and impartial juror?
I do.
And you would base your, again, decision on the evidence and not your perception of whatever social issues may exist.
Right, yes.
You were asked or presented with a series of statements, just sort of blanket statements. and you were asked to rank your opinion from a range of some strongly agree to strongly disagree. Do you remember that generally?
Yes.
And ultimately, I'm going to just cover a couple of these with you. One of the statements reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you somewhat agreed with that statement. Can you explain why you somewhat agreed with that statement?
It's really just a perception that I have based on, what I hear. I have no data or information to back that opinion up. It's really just, what you hear in the media.
Sure. One of the questions was about the media, and it said discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you had no opinion of that. So the media, do you think the media conflates it or understates it?
I don't know.
Okay. You were asked whether police in your community make you feel safe, and you checked that you strongly agree with that.
Yes.
And you were asked about your position on defunding the Minneapolis Police Department, and you took no opinion. Why?
Honestly, I don't know enough about that to have an opinion. I'm not sure exactly what it means.
Okay.
Or what effect that would have on the police.
Okay. You were asked or provided with the statement, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you somewhat disagreed with that. Why?
Police officers are human. They're not robots that are programmed to all behave in the exact same way. So I feel like, as humans, they can make mistakes as well. And, if there's a case in which people feel like anyone was mistreated in any way, I think they should be asked about it and asked to explain why any certain events took place.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions about both Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. You took a neutral response to both, and you wrote, I do not know enough information about this cause to have an opinion based on facts.
Yes.
Do you have an emotional response to either of those causes?
I don't.
You were asked, or you identified that you have some relatives who work in the medical profession.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If you were to be a juror on this case, would you, when you hear medical testimony, would you call your relative and say, hey, this is what they're saying, what do you think? Teach me about how this works?
No.
Okay. You were asked a series of questions about your opinions regarding the justice system, and one of the questions reads, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And your response was, I believe it works, but there's room for improvement. Where do you see there's room for improvement?
That's a tough one.
I know it may not be your area of expertise, but
definitely not. It's more of a general statement, and I find the perfect process is really hard to come by. So I believe there's room for improvement in everything we do. Again, humans are involved in the justice system, so there's always room for improvement when humans are involved.
Fair enough. Lastly, you were asked if you wanted to serve as a juror in this case. Again, you checked the not sure box, and you wrote very high profile, potential to be targeted in a negative way, and the potential length of the trial would be difficult due to the job and family. I think we've alleviated the job and family issues.
Yes.
Would you be so concerned about your personal safety or your family safety as a result of your verdict that it would cause you to vote a particular way to avoid what you view as a potential targeting?
No.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. If I may have a few minutes, Your Honor.
Sure.
What do you guys think? I think he's gonna keep her. I definitely think he's gonna keep her.
Mr. Slusher. Mr. Slusher.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He doesn't have a lot of strikes left, so he's gonna keep her, I think. Yep.
So, juror number 85, you listed that you previously lived 18 years in an unnamed river town. Is that your childhood home?
Yes.
And then you left the state of Minnesota for some period of time, is that right?
Yes.
You lived in Wisconsin. Did you just go across the river? Did you go far?
Not too far, just for school.
Okay. So when you were living in Wisconsin, were you kind of in the western Wisconsin area?
Yes.
Okay. Reading your job description, I don't want you to give away, where you work specifically, but help me understand what exactly do you do as a organizational management consultant? What does that mean?
So generally I help organizations transition through change. And that change could be any number of things. It could be organizational change. It could be large transformations. They could be, digital or technology type of changes. So I focus more on the people side of getting people to, change behaviors, ways of working. There could be a lot of things involved in that. There could be org design work. There could be, shifts in where people work, how they work. So it's really helping organizations, typically leadership teams of those organizations, just navigate through times of change.
So give me an idea of the size of your clients, not how many you have, but like the organizations themselves.
That varies pretty greatly. I work with some local companies and all the way up to global companies.
Okay. And the types of change that you're helping them navigate, that can include technology changes, implementing different things to make them more efficient? Is that?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And personnel changes as well?
Yes.
What about like corporate culture? If there have been issues with an organization that, say, has experienced some instances of sexual harassment or discrimination, do you help companies navigate through culture changes as well?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How do you do that, and how did you get a background doing that?
That's a great question. Starting with background, it was kind of an evolution. You start, or my career path anyway, started more in the probably technology side. You kind of get good at that and get good at, making or helping organizations move in a new direction. And then it just evolves over time with experience. You kind of work into more of the complex issues or things that face companies, like culture. It's not, yesterday you press the B button and tomorrow you press F. That's pretty straightforward. But when you're talking about culture, it's pretty significant in getting people to really change their mindsets and how they think about the work they do.
And can you just describe a particular challenging culture change climate that you've helped a company navigate?
I worked with a company who was not performing, was underperforming pretty significantly to the point where they were looking at closing, which would have affected thousands of employees. And we did a lot of things around, there were obviously a lot of efficiency, things that needed to kind of be implemented, but with that, we also needed to help shape people's thinking around how can we as a company be more efficient? Do I need to do X, Y, and Z? Do I need to always travel to go see various partners? So just really getting people to think more in a cost-conscious, effective manner. Really getting employees even down to what I call line level employees of what can you do in your day-to-day work that can help. What's slowing you down, what's getting in your way, how can we make this more efficient? So really engaging the whole company at all levels. It wasn't just a CEO saying this is what we're going to go do. It was really engaging everybody and having a voice in what that looked like.
That actually sounds really hard. That sounds like a hard job.
It is.
Yeah. So you're trying to, not just have a CEO say, this is what's going to happen. We need an attitude change. Here's what your new attitude is.
Right.
You're trying to get people to kind of buy in.
Yes.
Have you then, in a larger organization, I'm assuming you've had to, work through areas of diversity and inclusion in order to get buy-in from all members of the organization?
Diversity and inclusion in particular as a...
Yes.
I have not played in a D&I specific work.
How are you, I guess, in helping an organization through any kind of change, able to get buy-in from all members of the organization, no matter what their role or background is?
It really starts with identifying, who is it that we need to move and how. And how does that impact what they do today? And a lot of times you identify multiple different groups. Not everybody's the same. So you have different groups within a company. You might have people that have been there for 50 years, and changing a mindset at that point is going to be very difficult. You might have someone that's just joined 6 months ago, and it's not going to be as hard for them. So making sure that you understand kind of, I guess, the demographics of the company and the employees we're working with. And then, tailoring the approach you take to each of those groups. Also involving them as much as possible in, what does the future look like? And again, giving people a voice to be part of it. And if they're able to be part of something like that and feel like they're heard and are able to, it gives them a sense of ownership in it and also in seeing it be successful.
Thank you. I'm going to shift topics a little bit here and ask you if you've ever known anyone, had a close friend or loved one or family member who struggled with drug addiction or alcohol addiction?
I don't.
Yeah. Do you have an opinion, if you were to hear about a person who, say, struggled with drug or alcohol addiction, would you have an opinion about that person? Maybe, say, for example, some people might say if you are taking illegal drugs and something happens to you, you have yourself to blame. What do you think of that statement?
I disagree with that statement, and I'm not an expert, but I believe there are addiction is addiction, and I don't think a lot of people necessarily choose to. No one would choose to have addiction, I would assume, as part of their life. So no, I wouldn't make a judgment on that.
Okay. You also indicated that you have a pretty strong faith in the police in your community.
Yes.
You agree? Yet you acknowledge that there are, the media has indicated that instances of discrimination, and that maybe in some instances police do not treat people of color the same, or blacks or people of color the same as whites. You agree with that?
Yes.
And I'm just interested in what you would base it on. Have you had conversations with, say, friends or coworkers who've shared their own experiences with you?
Again, it's mostly what I hear in the media. I don't have a personal experience with a situation like that. So it's mostly what I'm hearing in the news.
You were accidentally locked out of a store without having something without paying for it, or had that experience?
Have I ever?
Yeah.
Yes, but I think I probably set off the alarm system maybe, or gotten too close to the door. But otherwise, no.
Inadvertent, shocking, right?
Yes.
And how would you expect to be treated by the police if you made it all the way to your car with something you hadn't paid for in your community?
How would I expect to be treated? I guess respectfully, and probably questioned. Did I mean to exit the store with this, or why do I have this and I didn't pay for it?
And do you feel that you would cooperate with the police?
Yes.
And do you think that's an important thing for someone to do, to cooperate with the police when you're interacting with them?
Yes.
And some people might say that if you don't cooperate with the police and something happens, then you have yourself to blame. You should have cooperated with the police. What do you think of that statement?
I would generally agree with that statement.
Okay. And why is that?
I guess, I've probably been taught or learned along the way that, you respect police and you do what they ask. I, again, don't have any personal experience with that. But so anyone, that chose not to, do something a police officer asked, and then experienced any repercussions from that, it's the same if I was speeding and I decided not to pull over. If there's a police behind me with his lights on and I decide not to pull over, that's on me.
You indicated in the questionnaire that you might have find some difficulty in viewing graphic images.
Yes.
Okay. Can you maybe tell us about that? Is there any particular reason for it, or is it just in general?
No, just in general. It's not something I would seek out to watch.
If you were called to serve as a juror in this matter, you would be viewing some images that you may find disturbing. Knowing that that's part of the jury service and part of the requirements here, would you be able to do that, or would you find just, graphic images so disturbing that you wouldn't be able to focus on the evidence and really put those images in the proper context?
Yes.
That you would find that too difficult, or
sorry.
you would not? That was a terrible question. So.
I'm not sure what the question was anymore. Yes, I would be able to, to watch what was being presented.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Let's see what he's gonna say.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Your Honor. We pass for cause.
Hey, we got another juror.
You will be on this jury. I think what I'm going to do is let you go for the day with instructions not to pay attention to any news, at least tonight. Try and avoid the news generally. We've been telling people don't read any articles or pay attention to anything about this case. But I think, given the exposure and the saturation, try and avoid the news generally as much as you can. The deputy will take some paperwork from you. We'll have you report March 29th at 9 a.m. If we contact you, make sure you answer the phone in case there's any change in schedule, but otherwise we'll see you on March 29th. Any questions?
No.
In fact, we will contact you before then because there might be instructions regarding parking or just generally if there's a time frame difference.
Okay.
But just to remind you if nothing else.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're back at jury number 9. Is that correct? I think that's what I have. So we're back where we started this morning, but it's better than being behind. So that was the last juror for the day. It's 4:15, so we'll break until 8:30 tomorrow. I will entertain the argument that the state wishes to make regarding Dr. Vinson. The state requested briefing instead of argument on the May 6, 2019 defense Spriegel, so we'll hold that off till Friday. I anticipate just entering rulings. At that time, I still have under advisement the motions for change of venue and continuance. Those I think we will have an answer for you on Friday. In the meantime, I told the defense and the state that at a minimum to deal with some of this new pretrial publicity, this is not indicate a firm decision on the other motions, but at a minimum will allow the defense to have 3 additional peremptory and the state to have 1 to deal with these additional recent pretrial publicity issues that have been created.
Nice.
So, anything else for the record before we recess? Mr. Slisher?
Yes, Your Honor, just for the record, and you did indicate that to defense counsel prior to the questioning of jurors this morning, and so they were aware of that, the extra preempts during the questioning today.
And also, Mr. Schaefer has reminded me that we should put on the record that the parties have met and are in agreement on striking the following jurors for cause based on the questionnaire alone: 108, 112,
Why are you chewing on glass, Tony?
122, 124, and 125. And I'm reading that from Mr. Nelson's email.
I haven't pulled it up yet, but I trust the court, Your Honor.
And I read his email yesterday, and that was our accurate rendition of our discussion.
All right, great. Is there anything else, Mr. Nelson, that you wish to make of the record?
Not for the record, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we'll have a chambers conference on some administrative and other matters. So with that, we stand in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Dun, dun, dun. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're back to recess till tomorrow. Get the mic back on me. Man, I got a hole in my shirt. Oh well. I'm just scrubbing it out today. I'm just in sweats and a t-shirt anyways. So, yeah, I got protein shakes like Johnny says, but a couple years back I was sponsored by Progenics, so I got a whole bunch of chocolate Progenic protein mixes. I've got a peanut butter protein mix. I got mocha protein mix. They got some good stuff. Maybe that's what I might start doing when I first wake up in the morning. Maybe to get me going. Who knows? I gotta get some of their. You know, they have a pre-workout that used to amp me up really good. So, and that kept me awake all day. But anyways, guys, so the trial jury hearing, we got a couple. Well, we got 3 more today, so that's pretty good. Even though we lost 3. But hey, it's moving on up. So I will see you guys back here in exactly a little less than 3 hours for my nighttime show. So I hope everybody had a good time. And I forgot to go get my egg whites yesterday, and Johnny's on my butt about it. And I got to get some more salad, spring salad anyways. So I will catch you all tonight.